All right, I got 6 o'clock. I'll go ahead and call us to order. Will everyone please stand for pledge, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First thing I have on the agenda is approval of minutes, starting with June 16th, 2022. Is there any minutes? Hearing none, if there's no objection, those are approved. Next is the minutes for June 22nd, 2022. Are there any amendments? Hearing none, if there's no objection, those are approved. Next is the minutes for June 24th, 2022. Are there any amendments? Hearing none, if there's no objection, those are approved. Next I have is the minutes for June 30th, 2022. Are there any amendments? Hearing none, if there's no objection, those are approved. Next is the minutes for July 8th, 2022. Are there any amendments? Hearing none, if there's no objection, those are approved. Next on the agenda is approval of requisitions for July 21st, 2022, the amount of $561,653.70. There is no objection, that is approved. Next is approval of accounts payable, starting with June 23rd, 2022, the amount of $255,146.25. There's an objection, that is approved. Next is June accounts payable for June 30th, 2022, the amount of $52,533.98. There's an objection, that is approved. Next is accounts payable for July 7th, 2022, the amount of $2,097,464.96. There's no objection, that is approved. Next is accounts payable for July 14th, 2022, the amount of $156,139.10. There's no objection, that is approved. Next is accounts payable for July 21st, 2022, about $297,143.47. There's no objection, that's approved. Next item on the agenda is approval of manual checks, starting with June 24th, 2022, and about $10,737.40. There's no objection, that is approved. Next is manual checks for July 8th, 2022, and about $547,965.69. There's no objection, that is approved. Next is manual checks for July 15th, 2022, about $356,332.30. There's no objection, that's approved. Next is manual checks for July 22nd, 2022, in the amount of $7,707.04. There's no objection, that's approved. Next item is approval of payroll for June 23rd, 2022, in the amount of $251,630.60. There's no objection, that's approved. Next is payroll for July 8th, 2022, the amount of $266,942.01. Are there any announcements or changes to the agenda? All right. With that, we can move on to public comment. I would like to remind everyone to keep to 3 minutes and please keep your comments respectful. I will start in the room, and if you're online, please raise your hand. The first name I have on the list is Diane Brown. If you would like to come forward.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Diane Matthew Brown. I live at 185 Hill Road in Charlestown. I'm a resident of Jefferson County. I've been residing here for over 30 years. I'm married to that handsome gentleman on the back row for 38 years. This is for the public record, not related to any other business that the county commission may be doing this evening. The reason for my comment is that I am concerned that there have been support for militia groups and white supremacists in this county that we do not need. Having been married in an interracial marriage and relationship for as long as I have, I can assure you, I've had my fair share of crap thrown at me. Sure, my husband has had more than I have. My daughter has had plenty of crap thrown at her. We do not need this in this county. We do not need commissioners supporting this in this county. If there's a commissioner here who feels that way, then they should resign. I am very aware that this may be divisive for some. It is not divisive for me. I am fully aware that we live in tumultuous times. This does not concern me. My belief that all people be created equal and not be subjected to hate has remained firm for all my life. I was raised that way. I will continue to speak out when I see it, when I feel it. I will not let anyone damage my reputation or my husband's or my daughter's. I will not let someone who claims to be a patriot speak violence and hate. This county deserves better. This town deserves better. We should all stand up for love and peace and inclusiveness. Thank you.
Next up, Danny Lutz.
Good evening, Commissioners. Danny Lutz, Cabletown District, also elected Jefferson County District Supervisor for the Eastern Panhandle Conservation District, and also member of the Program Board of the Satellite 2023 International Broadband Symposium coming up in March next year. I would like to echo what Ms. Brown just said. She has articulated it far better than I had even thought about. But I'm going on a different tack this evening. I have just come from 4 days with the Conservation Agency, and we worked with state agencies, Ethics Commission, the Auditor's Office, Ag Commissioner's Office, DEP, and they gave us some very strong insights about how we should properly do our jobs. And the most important thing they emphasized was do the best professional job you can. Now, recently, I had a meeting with 3 people are here who were with me, with a county executive director and the president of the authority and one of the members of the commission. I wasn't allowed to complete a single thought without being interrupted. I had been told by one individual who was an employee of the county that my office doesn't matter to him. He lives in Berkeley County, and in Berkeley County, he doesn't even look at the ballot for those offices of Conservation District Supervisor. He was unprofessional in both encounters I have had with him. If I was back in the Air Force and had to put him before a fact board, I would write, this person should not be in any position where he should have any contact with people or represent any agency. This cannot be tolerated. When someone says they only did the minimum they have to do with regard to equal opportunity employment regulations, what would they do with a major polluter who decides to dump tons and tons of toxins down our throats? Thank you for your time. I hope something sunk in.
Next up, Nathaniel Hitt.
Good evening. My name is Nathaniel Hitt. Nickname is Fan, and I live at 1173 Steamboat Run Road in Jefferson County. I appreciate the time to be able to address you this evening, and I appreciate the work that the County Commission does. I realize that you're faced with a lot of challenges. There's a lot at stake here. I appreciate the fact that you start each meeting with the pledge, with liberty and justice for all, not for some, for all. If you're associated with the Proud Boys, you do not stand for all. If you stand for the Proud Boys, you stand for white supremacy, and you do not stand for all. It's disturbing. We can do better than this. We are bigger than this. We're better than this. The opportunity is here. You can say that a picture that's posted online is meaningless, it's harmless, that it doesn't cause any damage. doesn't mean anything to anyone. That's not good enough. It matters. It matters who you associate with. It matters how you represent our county. It matters how you represent the people that you are elected to represent. We need leadership that encompasses all of Jefferson County. The NAACP has offered an opportunity for you to clarify your stance with respect to the Proud Boys. And if you're unwilling to do so, I suggest that you resign. I suggest that if you cannot say, I disparage and I reject white supremacy in this culture, then you have no place in the county commission, because then you do not represent good people of Jefferson County. I'm here on my own behalf. I don't represent any organization, but I'll tell you, I know we can do better. We must do better. We are better. Please listen to the people tonight. Understand that we need to represent all the people. Don't disparage anyone. We have to lift all up. We can do this. I'm motivated by many things, including the principles of Christianity, which guide my faith. We are to love all. We're not just to love some. If you stand with the Proud Boys, you do not stand for Jefferson County. We can do better. We must do better. Either accept that. You have an opportunity right now, Commissioner Jackson, to discredit, to stand up and say, I reject white supremacy. If you're not willing to say that, if you're not willing to say, I reject the Proud Boys, then I suggest you step down, because we can do better. Thank you.
Next is Sean.
Are you speaking on the Sun Point stuff?
Yes.
Oh, that's later.
Oh, he told me it was public comment.
No, it's later. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I was misguided. Sorry.
Next up is Wayne Ambrose.
I would like to yield my time for item 3, the Sun Point.
Are you the person on the agenda item?
I'm sorry?
Or like, are you the person like submitted the agenda item?
No.
Well, we usually don't accept public comment in the middle of the agenda.
I think there's some confusion, Commissioner. Both gentlemen are here to speak at 6:30 for the public hearing
Gotcha.
on the
Yeah.
rezone item. I
I'll
apologize.
introduce
It's my fault,
myself.
I do not
and
mean
save
to
your
interject,
time.
just want to add clarity.
No, it's fine. It's my
Well, I
fault.
thank the commissioners and administrators and managers and all for having us. Thank you very much.
Yep.
We'll address it at that time.
Next up is Rebecca Pills. Oh,
Hi.
sorry.
It's Phipps, no else.
Oh, sorry.
It's one of those trick names. I'm Rebecca Phipps, and I live at 205 Rocky Street. I like to call it glamorous Rocky Street in Jefferson County, West Virginia, Jefferson County. I've been to a lot of places in my life, and I don't think that there's any place more beautiful than West Virginia. Yeah. And that includes Jefferson County. But this situation with your photo and the hand signals, that is not beautiful. That is only tearing down what is there's no place more lovely than right here. It's not beauty, it's ugliness, hatred, and thinly veiled violence on your part. And that's a big part of it. As new people pour into this county like Ms. Hath and myself 20 plus years ago, it's just not a good look for this county. We can do better. I echo what everyone else has said. Ugliness is not the way to go. You are an embarrassment, to say the least, Ms. Jackson. I know you've got a total majority support here, but nothing lasts forever. And things get dug up in the time of social media, and no lead time. Everything is up and for public display immediately. And you can't County Commission, you can't let this go. You need to ask Ms. Jackson to resign and fade out of public life, because this is what happens when you are a quasi-public figure. Everything comes out. You don't represent me. And there are lots of people in this county who feel the same way I do, and they do not all live in Shepherdstown, okay? They do not all live in Shepherdstown. It's not a monolith, okay, of anything. It's an overt act of hatred, and you need to apologize and step away. The former guy lowered the standard of discourse and public behavior and for everyone, but that doesn't mean that the rest of us should follow suit. You need to resign and let the county heal and move forward. Thank you. Resign.
Next, I have Sharon Wilt.
Someone left their phone up here. Good evening, commissioners. How's everyone this evening? I'm here for one reason. I've been here for quite some time. Caleb, you know, I used to be a face here that was regular. I'm here this evening because I think that Ms. Jackson, you need to denounce the Proud Boys. You need to either say who they are, have them come forward and say what they are, and step in. There's no room for hate in this home. And Tricia, you know that. We all know. It's not something that we want or anyone wants. There's nobody on that mountain wants hate. Nobody in this holler wants hate. I'm from Carneysville. I stand proud. My husband would be in here this evening, but he can't. He has ALS. There's no way that he can make these meetings. But he is supportive of what I say to him. So please denounce, step away from them, say that you have no affiliation with them, or please step down from office. Thank you.
All right, Sharon.
Next, I have Jamie Haddon. 8.
Hello, my name is Jamie Haddon. I reside at 145 Cold Spring Drive, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. I'm going to go ahead and read my email that I sent you yesterday into the public comments, since only one of you deigned to respond to me. As unfortunately a constituent of Commissioner Jackson, I am sending the County Commission this communication to ask 2 questions. 1, what is county policy when a commissioner is credibly accused of racism? 2, does the commission intend to address the actions of Commissioner Jackson? To summarize, are you, as representatives of this county, going to address serious accusations concerning one of your own? That this was brought to the commission's attention nearly 1 month ago by the NAACP, and this has been repeatedly been asked by your constituents on social media and has been ignored by this commission, I'm asking you formally. Further refusal to address this situation publicly will result in personal appearances and public statements by Commissioner Jackson's constituents. How does this commission expect to fully represent all Jefferson County residents while it allows this behavior by one of its own? As a resident of this county for 47 years, I can say that none of you represent or speak for me. And until this issue is properly addressed, you're clearly not representing the best interest of this county. And quite frankly, you should all be ashamed of yourselves. Thank you.
All right.
Next, I have Priscilla
Rod.
Rob. Sorry.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Priscilla Broad. I live here in Charlestown. I am a public school teacher here in the county. I've been a public school teacher here for many years. I have children in the school district. And when I saw what had happened on social media, I understand that particularly the older generation might not understand the impact of the hand gesture. That's a white power hand gesture that the gentleman in the photograph with Commissioner Jackson were doing. But to give you some context of that, the shooter in New Zealand who shot up 2 mosques and killed 49 people, including children, flashed that symbol at his trial. So when we're talking about a white power symbol, we're talking about people who feel justified in killing children of other races. So when I'm speaking to you here, I'm speaking as somebody who thinks of the children, and I consider myself a representation of those children. And if you guys ignore people who make those kind of symbols, you're just telling those children that doesn't matter. But these people can go out and kill innocent children, and they'll do it and they'll feel justified because they live by a code of superiority and hatred. And maybe you guys don't understand that because you're not around the young children. You don't understand. I have 3 teenagers. They see that white power stuff. They see that hatred being spread on social media, and you have to stand against it. It's not okay to be like, oh, that's just a thing me and my buddy said. It's something that people use who want to kill people, okay? This isn't something small. This isn't something minor. People go in, they drive and kill women in Charlottesville. They go to Buffalo, New York, and they kill old people, seniors at grocery stores. We can't just brush this off and pretend this is nothing, no big deal. People are being killed, people are being hurt, and our children's hearts are being hurt because they see this. They see this on TV, they see it on YouTube, they know what's happening. And it's one thing for Ms. Jackson to refute it, but it's also really important that the rest of you refute it, because how are we going to tell our children, all our children, that we care about them, that we want to support them, if we don't say these kinds of things are representative of something horrible, horrific that people do to other people in the name of white power. And that is a horrible thing in our society. It's a stain on our society. It's something we have to fight against. It's something we have to fight hard against because others suffer. You know, maybe my skin won't make me suffer, but others will suffer. And we have to acknowledge that and just accept it and do the brave thing and say it's wrong. Thank you.
Bruce Hankins.
How you guys doing? My name is Bruce Hankins. I live in Locust Hill in Charlestown, and I wanted to address Ms. Jackson and the rest of the council and ask you what your opinion of the Proud Boys is. Do you stand with them? Do you think that they are just fine gentlemen, or do you see them, as most of the rest of the world does, as a neo-Nazi supporting terrorist organization, as white supremacists? And if you do not think that they are a hate group and you support them, why are you here on this council? Why are you saying that you represent Jefferson County when you obviously do not have the same values that the residents do? That's all I have to say.
Next, Rachel Hankins.
Afternoon. I'm sure you're very excited to see all this public engagement as a public official. And I'm glad to be here. I have 3 kids. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I live in Locust Hill here in Charlestown. I showed them your picture, Patricia. And you know, when a parent says that they're not mad, they're disappointed, I'm both mad and disappointed. Those are not the values we teach our kids, to stand up with hate groups. And if someone were to make a mistake, which people do, people are fallible, you own up to it, you apologize, and you say, this is not what I believe in, or you leave as the people you represent do not support hate groups. So it's imperative for you to show my children who live in this county what you and this county truly stands for. Thank you very much.
Next, Stuart McCoop.
Take up.
Acup.
Hi, my name is Stuart Acuff. I live at 305 North Mill Street, Shepherdstown, West Virginia. I appreciate the opportunity to address our Jefferson County Commission. I want to start to make sure I'm on the record. You could set a lot of people much easier today if tonight you passed a resolution unanimously rejecting the Proud Boys, rejecting racism, and rejecting white supremacy. The Proud Boys have been labeled by Canada and New Zealand as a terrorist organization. Their 5 top leaders have just been indicted by the United States Department of Justice for seditious conspiracy to overthrow our government and to halt democracy, to stop the first in the world orderly succession of power. There was no place in the world where people practice the orderly succession of power until the United States Constitution. I am determined not to go back to dog eat dog social Darwinism and putting people of another color down under our
Sir,
feet.
can you please lower your voice?
I'm sorry, down under our feet. I apologize. I'll finish with this. We are called, those of us who are followers of faith, to love one another and to practice justice. Jeremiah 22:3 says, render justice every morning and deliver those who are oppressed from the power of their oppressor. Hate is not harmless. Hate is what kills people. There's no room for hate in Jefferson County. Why don't you pass a resolution tonight saying you reject hate? Thank you all very much.
Next, Emmy Ward.
Good evening. I live 3 blocks away on South Main Street. I was born on that block and I've lived here for my entire life and I've been an active part of the community. And I just wanted to say that anybody who associates or does not condemn the Proud Boys, which is a racist, violent and terrible group, should be held accountable and should not represent the majority of the county. And I do not, I'm sorry, I did not.
You're fine.
But my main point is anybody who stands or does not condemn a racist terrorist group should not be in a position of power and should not have any influence over anything that goes on in the county or affects the people. And that's all I meant to say.
Next, I have David Tess.
Big Cat, Coach County resident, lifelong.
don't like to take credit for all these people being here, but I will take credit that I have upheld the structure of public comment for almost 14 years. And the county commission has tried to stop it. So I've preserved it. On a lighter note, the Park Service or the Parks and Recs want a plan for Height Road Park. Here it is. Now, why would you ask for something that's already been done? I should get at least a consulting fee for this. So, with that, I've already made public comments in writing because I know I'm gonna run out of time. So it's been 5 weeks since y'all have county commission meeting. But you had 4 special sessions. So why don't you just make it every other month that you come in and cut your salaries by 80%? And then we can do a lot better job. Your special sessions have not been appropriate. You allowed employment of people that have not been properly announced or job subscriptions put on the media for placement. But you've made special time to go ahead and bring them into service. You also would have had a HARPA meeting the day after you canceled for county commission meeting. You've taken in projects for another almost $2 million when you tell everybody else that you can't submit for anything since December of 2020. I was here. I've been at the meetings. There has been a lot of talk about the ambulance service. In your agenda here tonight, you're supposed to talk about the fire board and the medical service, DHHR. You said that you wanted a letter sent. I called both agencies. You didn't send them letters. But from one of them, I got an inquiry that's coming to see if y'all are doing this. So I applaud all the people that came out here tonight. You really ought to read this. It's tight. It's on point. You guys need to straighten up or get out. Y'all have a nice day.
Next, I have Edmund Uson. Is that correct? See on the hallway. Edmund Uson.
He was here.
Oh, was he? Next, I have Ed Hannon. But they told me he's for item number 3.
Are you here for number 3?
The public hearing later.
For the 7 Point Speedway.
Speedway, thank you.
I live out in 7 Point. We're not on that public hearing item.
Yeah.
We're not on that item yet.
It's, I was explaining why I went to the next person. They said you were here for that.
So what do you want me to do?
You can go back out and wait for a little bit.
At the light moment.
Next, I have Ed Hannon.
Ed Hannon, Charlestown. A concerned friend forwarded me this post from the Jefferson County Perspective Facebook page on June 18th. I am sharing this today for public transparency. A question was asked. What does the Jefferson County Commissioner and the Jefferson County Republican Executive Committee Chair really think of our brave firefighters and EMS? You be the judge. After Steve Stolliver posted, can you post something snarky about Ed Hannon? Perhaps the reason he was fired because he is bad with math. The CC eliminated only 4 meetings, not 1/3. The CC has the ability to call special meetings anytime. Be careful because his position was eliminated. It was easier than firing his sorry ass. As Taylor Swift said, if you say it in the street, it's a knockout. If you say it in a tweet, it's a cop out.
Is that all your remarks?
I have one more. This sounds like a post a 14-year-old would do, not an elected county commissioner who should have the ethics and the professionalism to rise above such threatening and inappropriate behavior.
Jess, did anybody raise their hand online?
Yes, I have Chrissy Weimer. Ms. Weimer, you're self-muted. Ms. Weimer, can you hear us? Said that she's unmuted, but I'm not sure.
Is she the only one?
Yeah.
We can come back in a second. Is there anyone else in person that'd like to make public comment? And it goes for people in the hallway too, if you want to let them know. I'm doing last calls for public comment.
Not for the public hearing.
Yeah, yes, not for the. Okay, thank you. With that, Ms. Weimer, do you wish to make public comment? I'll go ahead and close public comment. We can move to agenda item number 1. That's Ms. Angie Banks, the assessor approval of exonerations.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm having internet issues, so I'm on my phone. Okay, the first exoneration I have is in the 2022 personal property book, Charlestown District. The taxpayer did not own the 2004 Chevy or the 2019 Toyota, but they failed to remove them from their assessment form. Assessed value $22,800, tax amount $543.38. Taxpayer is Georgette Keene, ticket number 302363.
I'll move to approve exoneration ticket number 302363.
Second.
Moving second, is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This next one is in our 2022 personal property book, Charlestown District. A vehicle was assessed incorrectly. We had the wrong VIN number. Assessed value $13,400, tax amount $319.35. Taxpayer Thomas Moore. Ticket number 303029.
I move to approve exoneration ticket number 303029.
Second.
It's been moving second. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This one is in our 2021 personal property book, Charlestown Corporation. This was a duplicated bill for 2021. Assessed value $20,400, tax amount $595.92. Applicant is Maria Ayala, Ayala. Ticket number 305133.
Move to approve exoneration ticket number 305133.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This one is in our 2022 personal property book, Ranson Corporation. Taxpayer reported a 2019 Dodge Challenger, but it was sold before July 4th, 2020. Assessed value $10,400, tax amount $299.86. Applicant is Mark Henderson, ticket number 314106.
Move to approve exoneration ticket number 314106.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This is in our 2022 personal property book, Ranson Corporation. Taxpayer reported the incorrect vehicle. They replaced the 2020 Honda Civic with a Hyundai Elantra. Assessed value $2,000, tax amount $57.66. Applicant is Lori Robinson, ticket number 314573.
I move to approve exoneration ticket number 314573.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This one is in our 2021 personal property book, Cabletown District. Taxpayer did not own the 02 Toyota Camry, July 1st, 2020. Assessed value $1,000, tax amount $24.29. Applicant is George and Merlinda Delberg, ticket number 309866.
I move to approve exoneration ticket number 309866.
Moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This one is in our 2022 personal property book, Middleway District. Taxpayer did not own the 2006 Ford Focus, but failed to remove it from their personal property form. Assessed value $800, tax amount $19.08. Applicant is Terry Murphy, ticket number 312733.
I move to approve exoneration ticket number 312733.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This one is in our 2021 personal property book, Harpers Ferry District. Taxpayer did not own the 2018 Chevy Silverado, July 1st, 2020. Tax amount or assessed value is $27,200. Tax amount $660.74. Applicant is KLC Transport, ticket number 309205.
I move to approve exoneration ticket number 309205.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This one is in our 2022 personal property book, Middleway District. Taxpayer did not own the 2006 Ford Focus, but did not remove it from their form. Assessed value $500, tax amount $11.92. Applicant is Richard Jones, ticket number 312393.
Move to approve exoneration ticket number 312393.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This is in our 2022 personal property book, Shepherdstown District. Taxpayer did not own the 2008 Honda, but did not remove it from the form. They did get another bill made up on their correct vehicle. Assessed value $2,300. Tax amount $63.34. Applicant is Carl Jenkins, 317940.
Move to approve ticket exoneration number 31790.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This one is in our 2022 real estate book, Harpers Ferry District. The homestead exemption was not put on the property, but should have been. Assessed value, $20,000. Tax amount, $238.32. Applicant is Russell Guyman, ticket number 11793.
Move to approve exoneration ticket number 11793.
Second.
Moving second, is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
This one is in our 2022 real estate book, Middleway District. It's a parcel, Middleway District, map 3, parcel 5, assessed value $15,900, tax amount $378.94, and it should not exist. It is part of another parcel, so it was double assessed. The applicant is Jean Ambrose, ticket number 20483.
Approve ticket number exoneration 20483.
Second.
So moving second, is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And this one is the same parcel, but the 2021 tax year. Real property book, Middleway District, map 3, parcel 5, assessed value $13,900, tax amount $337.66. Applicant Jean Ambrose, ticket number 20384.
I move to approve exoneration ticket number 20384.
Second.
So moving second, is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, that's all of them for this week.
Thank you, Andy.
You know, all the tax bills went out, so.
Yeah.
All right, next item I have is Sheriff's Office. I'm not sure who you want to send up.
Let's see, this not working. Went out.
Good evening.
Pass off to the information.
Good evening, commissioners and members of the public of Jefferson County. Commission, there are currently still 5 open deputy positions within, or vacancies within the Jefferson County Law Enforcement Office. We have extended a conditional letter of hire to Ethan Northcraft, who is not a certified officer. We are requesting approval to hire Mr. Northcraft as a deputy with a starting salary of
You're probably going to
$4,500.
take it in there.
Do you need me to start over or just pick it up from there?
Use the salary again.
Starting salary of $45,950 with an effective date of Sunday, July 24th, 2022.
I'll move to approve the hire of Ethan Northcraft for the starting rate of $45,950. Effective date, starting date will be July 24th, 2022.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? I did want to ask, this is something already budgeted, right? Just confirm.
Yes.
All right,
These are all already open, unfilled slots.
just making sure. All right, is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. The bailiffs are in need of adding to the pool of individuals they can call upon to fulfill the hours needed to provide coverage for court security. This does not change their funding. It simply provides additional people that they can call upon to fulfill the roles. These are both part-time positions. We are requesting approval to hire Brian Neely and David Wilson as part-time bailiffs, eligible to begin any time after Sunday, July 24th, 2022, with a starting salary of $15 per hour.
And this is all within your budget, there's more people to fill the slot.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll move to approve the hire Brian Neely and David Wilson as part-time bailiffs eligible to begin anytime after July 24th, 2022, with a starting salary of $15 per hour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. The county commission asked the sheriff to review the budget for funding to cover the $8,850 maintenance cost and service agreement for the donated AEDs. Due to the late request, as the catalyst for the donation was the fatal crash in early April 2022, the budget had already been submitted. I have the quote so that $8,850 covers AED tracking, automated notifications, expired supplies and monthly AED check reminders, free replacement of the AED supplies, the medical direction and state registration, the general telephone technical support, annual AED servicing, emergency response template, AED implementation plan, free on-call on-site services, temporary loaner AED provided as needed, AED cabinet, battery maintenance and upkeep, AED program management plans are billed annually. The terms of service running July 1 through June 30th of 2023. I have also spoken to the ESA. They offer free CPR classes, which would qualify the deputies to be certified and then trained in use of the AEDs. The only other item, Commissioner Jackson had received a letter from a resident of Jefferson County that she sent to all of you. Were you able to read that or at least review it?
I would prefer that type of information to be received in public instead of by email between commissioners, but that's my personal preference.
I highlighted just some important points from that document if you would like them. This is from Laura Frey, who's a longtime resident of Jefferson County, also a retired police officer from the state of Maryland. She was a witness toward the tail end of the accident on April 10th at the Home Depot light. That resulted in the death of a 17-year-old teenager. She was initially unconscious and no pulse on scene at the crash. She updated 911 that CPR was in progress. The first responding officer, she asked if they had an AED and he replied no. A little further in her email, in 2022, how are officers showing up without an AED? She sent a message to Sheriff Hansen asking him how many AEDs did the Sheriff's Department have. We currently have 2, one being at our office, one being at the courthouse. She's still trying to wrap her mind around how is it 2022 and we have no AEDs in the cars that have been life-saving equipment since 1990. She then set about to try to do a better job for the citizens of Jefferson County. She was able to acquire a donation of 30 AEDs. The units alone range between $1,200 and $2,400 each. So for 30 at the high point would be $48,000 just for the AEDs itself. So the $8,850 is just the service fee to help maintain and keep it in progress and upkeep. Her last couple comments indicated that it's better for us. If people say, I'm sorry, we did the best we could, is different than saying we did everything we could. So that's why she is in support of the AEDs for our deputies in the cruisers, because a lot of times we are first on scene and can immediately start life-saving emergency situations.
I would have a question for our financial director to see where we could cover this at.
Yes, because this request came in after the budget was completed, I would recommend that we fund it with called severance fund. And just remind the department that next year they need to include it in their.
It will be.
Yeah.
I must say that my wife's uncle had a heart attack up on the mountain. My deputy was the first one on the scene. Had he had an AED, he may still be alive right now.
Okay. I'd like to go ahead and move a motion to approve the service contract for the AED in the amount of $8,850 to be covered under our whole severance fund account.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion?
I just wanted to point out, I think it's 40. They donated 40, I believe, is what, instead of 30. I just
The
wanted.
quantity on the code quote
Oh,
that
okay.
they give us does say
All right.
30. If they give us more.
Maybe, yes, it would be great if they give us.
Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Next, I have agenda item number 3. It's the public hearing on the zoning amendments. Is there a lead to discuss this? Like usually someone planning the zoning comes in. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see it. Didn't see it.
Sure.
The role the planning commission has in a zoning amendment is for you to refer it to them for them to determine whether it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan. I've included in your packet a memo reflecting the action of the planning commission and the staff report that was prepared for the planning commission. And the determination of the planning commission was that it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. However, they found there have been changes of an economic, physical, and social nature within the area involved that were not anticipated when the comprehensive plan was adopted. And those changes have substantially altered the basic characteristics of the area. That's a provision in state law that allows a recommendation that's not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. The applicant is here and their consultant is here, and they can give you a presentation of what they're doing and why they want it before you take public comment if you'd like.
That'd be fine with me, that's fine.
I have a question with Mr. Brockman.
Yeah.
Did the planning commission explain what changes have occurred?
They did not.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to make a presentation, I'm fine with that.
My name is Mark Dick. I'm with Integrity Federal Services. We did make a printed copy for each one of the county commissioners. That might help follow. So as staff said, we were before the planning commission at their last meeting. And the planning commission had the duty to review our rezoning application and to come up with a recommendation on conformance with the comprehensive plan. These recommendations from the planning commission have been a little bit of a challenge because there's a lot of reliance placed on the future land use map. The existing land use map has this site as general commercial. The future land use map did not. We believe that there is substantial information in the comprehensive plan that actually did support the rezoning application. But we're here today, and I just wanted to walk through the application for the commission, for the public, to present what is proposed at the property, to talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan, to talk a little bit about the changes that were presented to the planning commission, because it was a fairly in-depth discussion on the comprehensive plan at that meeting. So the objective of the rezoning, and this is just as stated in the application, the Summit Point Training Facility is a Jefferson County success story. Continued growth and expansion of this facility have allowed the business to thrive. This facility is recognized nationally as a critical training center for government personnel and regionally as a destination for motorsport enthusiasts. This rezoning application represents the future for the facility. It seeks to address the three major business focuses of the facility: training, tourism, motorsports, and recreation. I have with me tonight Jeff Johnson. He is with the facility. I myself have been working as an engineer at this campus for, I think it's since 2004. So I have 18 years of experience on this site. We have had the pleasure of assisting this property in their growth and expansion. And we believe that this is a critical turning point for the facility. The largest change that happened between the drafting of the comprehensive plan and where we are today is that in 2019, the federal government moved the Department of State from Summit Point down to Virginia. The facility had to adapt and to, frankly, recover from the loss of that anchor tenant that was their key tenant out there. And we're very, very fortunate that the new owners of the facility have a vision that can carry it forward with government training, with motorsports, with tourism. And the general commercial zone is a critical part of that progress and that moving forward. So the objectives for the rezoning are to enhance the viability of the facility. It's really straightforward that the existing rural zone puts handcuffs on this facility. It makes it difficult for them to move forward. A conditional use permit is not an ideal zoning tool. It should be used infrequently or as directed by the comprehensive. We believe that the rezoning corrects an error in the future land use map. The existing land use on that facility is general commercial. It would have made a lot of sense for the future land use to match the existing use on that property. So in the handout that you have before you, there's a couple of maps. It shows the location of the site. It shows the location of the rezoning. The rezoning is for most of the property out there. The second exhibit shows a hatched area that is not included in the rezoning application. The reason why there's a portion of the property that's not included in the rezoning application is because that's where some shooting ranges are. Shooting ranges are they're permitted use in the rural zone, and they're not a permitted use in the general commercial zone. So we did not want to create a condition of non-conformance on that property by including them in the general commercial zone. The next series of maps is just an aerial of the facility. You can see the activity and the level of use out there. Really, these are just additions to they were included in the rezoning application, and it's just a little bit of a blow. So the proposed uses at this campus underneath the general commercial are going to be small commercial uses related to tourism, motorsports, and recreation. It's going to be business-to-business opportunities related to motorsports. It's going to be specialty automotive parts vendors with small storefronts, custom garage and car collection storage, and a combination related to car storage and motorsports. The rezoning in some ways had its genesis when Spark came out and they asked us about the opportunity to have car condos on the site. Car condo is a garage where a motorsports enthusiast can store their car, maybe do a little bit of work on it, and it's got accommodation above it. So he can come and spend the weekend in Jefferson County. He can spend his money in Jefferson County, and he's got a place to go to pursue his hobby and his sport. We're finding that these uses are common in other motorsports facilities, and by not having them in Jefferson County, we are not positioning ourselves to attract these guys to spend their money in the county and to further the commercial success out at Summit Point. These are not large commercial uses that we're pursuing. There was some discussion in the Planning Commission meeting about the potential for 100,000 square foot general retail site on the campus. There's a 0% possibility that a retailer is going to move out there and to build a 100,000 square foot facility. The reality of retail facilities, like was discussed in front of the Planning Commission, is they want to be located off 340. They want to be located on major transportation routes, and this is simply not the site. It is the site for small general commercial uses. And when you have a small user that is looking to locate to a new site, often their time frame for this decision is very short. If Spark tells them that they have to go through a conditional use permit, which is going to take 4 months, then go through a site plan that is going to take another 6 months, it starts becoming such an impediment for these small users to locate out there that it just doesn't happen anymore. We're hoping that a lot of these commercial uses will be adaptive reuse of existing buildings and structures out there, but there will be some new construction, but it won't be 100,000 square foot building. So the Planning Commission findings were mentioned at the beginning. And the key statement there, of course, is they felt like they were handcuffed by the future land use plan, and I understand that. But they attempted to give the county commission specific direction. There was a lot of discussion on that add-on sentence. They wanted to carefully craft it, but the planning commission was clear, and I'll read. There have been changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved, which were not anticipated when the comprehensive plan was adopted. And those changes have substantially altered the basic characteristics of the area. What the planning commission is attempting to do for the county commission is to open the door to this rezoning, to say that the comprehensive plan did not anticipate this. But that doesn't mean that it's not the right thing to do for Jefferson County, the residents in Jefferson County. Got a piece in here about conditional use permits. That was part of the discussion in front of the planning commission as well, which is why don't you just do a conditional use permit? I won't go through these reasons here, but it's not a great path for attracting businesses to Jefferson County. The next maps are a couple shots of the existing land use out there, or the existing land use map that's taken directly from the comprehensive plan, and you can see the red area is general commercial. So infrastructure is a big deal when we're talking about rezonings. And for the last 50 years, Spark has provided infrastructure at this facility to their commercial uses, to their government tenants, to the motorsports, and to the tourism clientele. They have proven their ability to provide water, to provide sewer, to provide stormwater management, and all the criteria that you find in the zoning subdivision ordinances for their uses. So Spark knows how to deliver infrastructure. There is going to be no burden on Jefferson County as it relates to infrastructure or associated with this commercial rezoning. The proposed commercial rezoning will not increase the peak event traffic. So what the commercial zoning will do is it will spread out the traffic. You will have more traffic over an extended period of time, but your peak traffic is not going to be increased. It's going to be a steady flow of people flowing out to that facility to use that commercial uses. It will be below peak event travel. So we don't believe that the general commercial use will increase traffic. On top of that, Spark is very good at traffic mitigation strategies. When they have an event, they talk to their vendors, they talk to the people who are going to be attending that event. They spread out the arrivals. They know how to get people to that facility. And like I said, there's no need for Jefferson County to provide any infrastructure. So there's a couple findings, a citation from the West Virginia State Code. But the key finding is in the Jefferson County Comprehensive Plan that finds that the county commission can approve a rezoning even if it's not supported by the planning commission, finding compliance with the comprehensive plan. For the economic well-being of Jefferson County, it's clear that the general commercial uses will help out this facility, and in turn, it will help out Jefferson County. By finding that there's an error under scrutinized property on the future land use guide, it is still my contention that as being, when it's shown as general commercial on the existing land use map in the comprehensive plan, that it should have been general commercial on the future land use map. And then there's the circumstances that may have been missed when considering the future land use guide. So in 2013, and I was on the committee that helped write the comprehensive plan, we all did the best we could in that sliver of time. I believe that the comprehensive plan should, in the future, respond to the uses out there. I believe that the Planning Commission's findings that things have changed around that facility as it relates to the comprehensive plan are valid. And that gives the County Commission the path and the ability to move forward with this rezone. So what we're asking the County Commission to do today is to confirm the Planning Commission's finding that there have been changes on this site that would substantiate the rezoning, to confirm that the existing land use plan does show the site as general commercial, that the rezoning applies to a well-established tourism, motorsport, and recreational site. This application is different in a lot of ways because it is not a speculative one. It's not someone who's trying to grab a piece of land out in the county someplace that's rural and saying, this is a great spot for general commercial. I think that everyone would be a little bit suspect about that. But we're talking about people who have been on this facility for 50 years. They are a cornerstone to Jefferson County. They're the reason why many people know about Jefferson County. It's interesting, with the 50-year milestone, they're actually historic use on the property now. So the comprehensive plan encourages adaptive reuse in historic properties. I thought that was kind of an interesting one. It's the first time I've been able to use that, and they're finally old enough now that I can call them a historic use. The rezoning is for the economic well-being of Jefferson County, and we don't believe that it will have a negative impact on the neighbors or the community. So that's my presentation today. If you have any questions for Jeff before the public hearing, that might be helpful. If not, Jeff, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I think Mark encapsulated our stance very eloquently. Thank you, Mark, for that. But quite frankly, we just want to continue on being a good neighbor of Jefferson County, continue to be a supporter of jobs in the county, and promote Jefferson County from a tourism standpoint and feed back into the economy. The business to business that this rezoning would facilitate for us would serve as an incubator for many small businesses within Jefferson County by having a facility to support motorsports and tourism and otherwise too. So appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you and speak.
Thank you.
Anything from the commissioners? All right, go ahead and open up public comment then. I'll go back to the list of the people, starting with Sean.
Do you want the public to speak from the table?
It's typically what we do.
Sorry, I left my glasses on the table. I have fire up here. My name is Sean Fijo. I am a Jefferson County resident as well as the board chair for the Jefferson County Development Authority. Summit Point Raceway Training Facility has been a valued member of our community since 1970 and currently employs more than 300 employees. As an active and vibrant county partner, they are currently engaged with the JCDA, Chamber of Commerce, Jefferson County Public Schools, and the local Farm Bureau. Summit Point provides a diverse listing of offerings for recreation, tourism, and training, including racing-related events and nationally recognized medical and technical training for police, fire, and EMS. As Summit Point matures, their growth is well planned and methodical to limit their impact on our community, while continuing to provide value to their training programs and motorsports. That's the only local raceway within the region. We should work with Summit Point to identify them as a major tourist attraction within the region and improve upon their ability to attract new visitors to our wonderful county, and further capitalizing on those tourist dollars for our local hotel, shopping, and restaurant enterprises. I am pleased to endorse the rezoning of Summit Point Raceway from its current rural designation to that of general commercial. Thank you for your time.
And it slipped my mind. If you're online, please raise your hand and we'll get to you after in person. Next up is Wayne Ambrose.
Good evening, and commissioners, thank you again for the opportunity. I'm Wayne Ambrose. I've been living in Clark County, next door neighbor, for over 30 years. I've been participating at Summit Point for the last 25 years as a competitor, a manager, an organizer, and also found my way into the leadership for the Sports Car Club of America, Washington, D.C. region. And I also rent a garage shop at the facility, so I am in default a user of facilities within Jefferson County. The tracks within the region, Washington, D.C. region covers 3 states, covers a big part of West Virginia, all of Maryland, and a huge part of Virginia. So we're not a small organization. We have over 2,300 members within our region alone, and we are one of 115 regions within the Sports Car Club of America. Sports Car Club of America runs about 65,000 members nationwide. So it's not a small thing for Summit Point to be known throughout the nation through our channels and our organizations, magazines, public relations, and people come here from all across the country to compete and have for the last 50 years. Over that same 50 years, the SCCA, the Washington DC region, has been running a charity event each year, and part of that charity event is donating to local charities and supporting organizations within Jefferson County. We are primarily responsible for helping build the library at Summit Point and expanding it. We also helped with expansions, developing the schools within the Summit Point area, and gifts to other charitable organizations throughout the county. And over the last 50 years, we've managed to donate somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million plus as just charitable gifts. We'd like to continue that. Finding facilities to run our events, venues, programs is a very difficult thing. Fortunately for us, Summit Point's heartbeat is automotive sports. And with the change to commercial, that would open another opportunity for additional training, education, recreation, and sports opportunities for a number of our people throughout the region and throughout the surrounding states. And as was mentioned earlier, it's not going to increase any given peak of a day of traffic, but it will be a continuous increase in the income and the flow into Jefferson County and the knowledge and interest of the area. So as the chief executive for the Washington DC region, I would highly suggest that the commercial conversion be approved. So with that, I thank you, and I would defer next on the list.
Thank you. Next is Edmund Uzon.
Are you all today? Good to see you.
I'm here because my wife told me to come. Brought to her attention that the Speedway was looking to expand and get a different zoning than they currently have. When Scott's had it, and that goes all the way back to my father-in-law, it was run really well. And to this day, it seems to be pretty good. Our concerns are the traffic patterns. When they used to have the Hyperfest, you couldn't get to and from Charlestown on Summit Point Road, and there was no traffic control. There was no way to get around it. So that's one of our concerns that we have. If they're striving to get more tourism and striving to increase the numbers at the track, and as it was explained, they're going to have more people over a period of time, that's going to increase the amount of traffic on that road, which in turn causes Jefferson County to pay for the road repairs, to pay for traffic control with the police officers and things like that. So that's one of the concerns. The other one is the aesthetics. If there's no conditions put on the permit, how tall can a building be? How close to the road can it be? How close to someone's property line can it be? So if we're working together with Summit Point Speedway as a community, and they're looking out for Jefferson County and we're looking out for them, some of those conditions need to be listed, because you never know what happens down the road. If you grant a general use permit to a facility and Mr. Johnson's not there anymore, and the other person's not there, and they have a ticket that says, hey, we can do anything we want. We have a general use zoning. So we have to watch out what we do and how much we give out. This is farmland. That goes back to, rural is dairy and agriculture and farming, and that's what this is. The Grubers go back a long way, and Steve's family, and so many families in this area go back a long way. So we don't want to see it turned into a metropolis. We don't want to increase the tourism so much that the quality of life for the residents in Jefferson County trade that for 300 jobs. So there has to be a balance, and there should be some type of conditions or community input on a regular basis when something's going to be planned or done. And it has to get a unanimous vote. If they want to put up a 10-story building, where?
Is it out of sight from the roads? Is it out of sight from the neighbors? How much noise is it gonna cause? That kind of thing. It's not about saying no. It's about making sure we all live in harmony in that area. Right now, the people that come out of the track think they're still on the speedway. So they come out of that thing, they don't care if you're coming in front of the track, they'll pull out front of you. My kids play out. And they'll come down the road, right now it's 40 miles an hour after you get out of Summit Point, 30 miles an hour. They'll come out, not 40, not 50, 60 or 70 miles an hour. Yeah, they don't care. So we have limited law enforcement as it is now. And you look at Mr. Hanson, Sheriff Hanson, he doesn't have the manpower as it is now. So who's gonna keep an eye on that? Who's gonna patrol those roads and keep them safe for our children? Again, it comes back to quality of life. So that's my input. I don't wanna put a complete damper on it or anything, but we just gotta be careful what we give them and not shut them down, but not give them free rein. Thank you.
Just anybody raise their hand online?
We have Diane Sullenberger.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Diane Sullenberger. I'm actually a resident of Arlington, Virginia. I'm a loyal tourist of Jefferson County and Summit Point Motorsports Park. I've driven in motorcycle and car events there for 22 years. I'm speaking today as president of the Porsche Club of America, PCA Potomac, the Founders Region. We have more than 4,300 members in the West Virginia, DC, and Maryland regions. I'd like to express support of PCA Potomac for rezoning Summit Point, our home track, from rural to general commercial. PCA Potomac members and the hundreds of non-member participants we draw in from around the country consider Summit Point a destination for motorsports events and a celebrated venue rich in racing history. Annually at Summit Point, PCA Potomac holds drivers' education events and clinics, including ones dedicated to women and to teen drivers. We hold PCA Club Racing, which draws premier race teams from around the country, autocross, Concours car shows, and community service events like our recent Camp Porsche for Jefferson County kids in collaboration with the Jefferson County Parks and Recreation Commission, and social events like barbecues and more. Through our events at Summit Point, we bring more than 2,000 people each year to Jefferson County and its hotels, restaurants, and businesses. Even during the pandemic, demand for motorsports activities has continued to increase, and our events at Summit Point have long waiting lists. Rezoning Summit Point will only strengthen business in Jefferson County and allow Summit Point to continue making needed upgrades to its facilities to keep our membership and guests coming back for events every year. We hope you will join us in our support for Summit Point and for its rezoning. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, I wasn't able to sign up, couldn't get in the door.
It's, once we're done online, I was gonna go ahead first.
Thank you.
Okay, and you can go ahead, come on up.
My name's Dennis Jarvis. I live at 77 Mudbrook Court in Berkeley County. I come here as a citizen, not as a county employee. My first interaction at Summit Point was in the summer of 2020. And I stood in astonishment in watching motorcycles run through one of the circuits. And I was told that a young man 72 hours earlier named Ty Gibbs had come to train and test, who's a grandson and prodigy of Coach Joe Gibbs, who drives for Joe Gibbs Racing. And he went on to win a road course as a rookie in the Xfinity Series, the second highest weekly national series in this country. And I bring it up to you because this is the type of facility that Summit Point is. And I'm a self-professed gearhead, and I watched this kind of conversation happen in Southside Virginia and Halifax County in 1998. Virginia International Raceway was reestablished, brought back to life, and brought energy into their community. And the vision that this facility has is very similar to that at VIR. I feel that it's incumbent upon us to understand coming out of a pandemic and how we want to see our economy diversify. not just the training echelon, but the ability for the motorsports to grow and add value in the indirect value, such as I'll give you a comparison. VIR since 1998 has created 27,000 indirect jobs. And those are jobs that are value added in the tourism sector. This county has 20% of every tax dollar generated for tourism is right here. And I encourage each and every one of you on any given weekend, go, walk, listen. It's safe, it's well manicured, they manage well. And I hopefully, in my lifetime, I hope to see that third tier of a weekly national racing series and the Craftsman Truck Series to be here and let's showcase our wonderful community and our wonderful part of the state of West Virginia to a broader global audience. I feel it's great use. I feel that there's value having a stewardship and a neighbor for the tenure and history, and how more paramount to talk about two people that raced at this facility in its past. One, Paul Newman, and a protege that he brought along with him named Tom Cruise. It speaks for itself. I used to live in a region, I lived in Grant County, and we had people from that community who go weekend after weekend to take their brand new Mazda Miata out. And I just tell you this, I had no idea where Jefferson County was 25 years ago. And I don't want to go anywhere else but this community and watch something like this grow. I say this to you as a taxpayer in another community, but I love what they do. I love what they bring. And it's just good to be here. Appreciate your time.
Yep.
Evening, Commissioners. Thanks very much for what you do.
Just be sure to say your name for the record.
Sure. It's a hard job. Thank you. My name is Mike Desmond. I'm a resident of Harpers Ferry here in West Virginia. Since 2019, and a recently retired veteran of the U.S. intelligence community and special operations community. Over 28 years of combined military and federal service. Occasionally now, you might find me out at Summit Point, serving as an adjunct instructor to pass on some of my hard-earned knowledge to a younger generation. I first attended training at Summit Point in '98, when it was known as Bill Scott Racing. So I knew Summit Point long before I knew Jefferson County. Now I'm a resident. Known at the time simply as Bill Scott Racing, the skills I acquired here in Summit Point helped keep myself and many of my teammates and colleagues safe through multiple decades of deployments and assignments in some of the most dangerous and austere locations around the world. I think others have addressed well the commercial advantages and benefits Summit Point brings to the county and region. I can attest from personal experience that many of my former colleagues who also trained at Summit Point, being the outdoor type to begin with, have returned through the years with their families to enjoy the many attractions this region provides. I imagine the same sense of returning probably exists amongst the motorsports community as well. In this way, Summit Point's activities serve as a force multiplier with the county's Chamber of Commerce and other efforts to draw and attract more tourism and economic advantages to the county. This system exposes tens of thousands of people per year to a region easily overlooked in comparison to the better known Washington, D.C. tourist attractions. Jefferson County's location on the Central East Coast and a short drive from D.C. provides cost savings to federal, state, and local government organizations in search of a facility that meets their requirements for initial, periodic, or specialized training. This attracts revenue to the county where it would otherwise be used to send these officials to more distant venues. These cost savings in turn allows these same organizations, federal, state, and local, to send more people for training, further raising awareness of Jefferson County's unique attractions, and I'll add, keeping them and their families safe in the process. And then I wish to speak for a moment about the unmeasurable safety benefits of having a premier driving school right in our backyard. I mentioned earlier, I'm occasionally an adjunct instructor. That includes one of the courses called accident avoidance. Most of the students in that class are pretty young. We've got teenagers out there on the road driving, as they should be. That's good. I'll also point out, you guys probably know, that we have one of the lowest accident fatality rates in the county. Now, sheriff, police, law enforcement deserve a lot of credit for that. But when I say unmeasurable, what I mean is we should ask ourselves what it means that these teenagers driving on these roads in this area have perhaps been through this training, and perhaps we could do more in the future. My own family drives on these roads, your families drive on these roads, everyone else's families drive on these roads. And I think that's a benefit often overlooked in these types of discussions. So for my part, Summit Point, as a county resident, Summit Point is a net positive for our county by a long shot. And all consideration should be given to approving the rezoning of this facility.
Thanks for your time, guys. Appreciate it.
Is there anyone else present that would like to make public comment? So what's the leisure of the commission? Would you like to leave it open? Or was there some?
I would like to hear back from the consultant.
I'm not sure how the process is there.
That's what we did.
It's, would he still be limited to 3 minutes or?
Yeah.
That's what I would think.
Public hearing.
Yes.
I believe the public hearing would be closed and we would have a chance to respond.
I was asking what was our.
I thought we were doing,
I was
okay,
thinking
yeah,
we'll leave it open.
I'll move to close the public hearing, sorry.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Public comment is closed. All right.
Sorry to overstep.
No, you're fine.
I always appreciate the public comments because it does give me a chance to think about the information we've provided. And because we do this every day, it's easy to overlook some of the simpler things with these facilities. So right now, Summit Point has the ability to do training facilities in the rural zone. They can do dormitories, they can do classrooms, they can do large training facilities. This is not an attempt to get more density on this property because frankly, they have the right to do that as a training facility today. It's an attempt to get the right uses on the property. Any application that goes before this, any commercial application that comes out to this property has one of two paths to compliance. If they occupy an existing space, an existing building or an existing room, they get to go to the planning commission, they get to get a zoning certificate, and they get to do a commercial use. There's no increase in square footage, there's no building, and honestly, that's a really, really important thing for us during this rezoning, is to be able to get commercial uses out there without building. If a new building is proposed, we have to get the entry permit adjusted through the West Virginia Department of Highways. We have to go through the health department to confirm that we have water and sewer available to the site. We submit our plans to the engineering department. The planning department looks at the plans to make sure that we're in conformance with the ordinances, and there's a public hearing. By rezoning this property to general commercial, we can't go out and start a project. We still have to get every single approval that every other commercial use has. If we are too close to the property line, or there's somebody who has a concern about it, the public gets to come out and have their say. We don't see that happening. It's a large property. There's no need to locate facilities on the edge of the site. But the general commercial is really, really important. We believe that the site plan process does handle the aesthetics, and the state regulatory process handles all the technical and infrastructure requirements. They're going to take care of stormwater management. They're going to take care of erosion sediment control that protect the adjacent properties. And I just want to go back to that zoning certificate. By having the ability to get a general commercial zoning certificate in an existing building, it just tremendously enhances that facility. Jeff, did you have any other responses?
I think you covered it pretty succinctly. And we really see this as our ability to grow and to maintain and basically plan for the future. Last few years, the pandemic, the loss of our key customer being the Department of State has to make us think somewhat outside the box and make sure we have the diversity so that we could continue in the markets that we do with commercial tourism. And with our growth, we feel that we'll be great neighbors with Jefferson County and provide growth with Jefferson County for many of the people that you've heard speak on our behalf today too. So we appreciate this opportunity for consideration.
Thank you.
Don't have anything. I do have a question for council though. David. The planning commission found that it was not consistent, but there's been changes. If a motion would move forward, would that have to be reflect the same as the planning commission?
The statute says that the governing body, with the advice of the planning commission, must find. So you all are the ones that are making the finding. You did get advice from the planning commission, but it's advice. It's not binding on you, I don't believe.
Okay.
But their advice was that they believe that things had changed in the area of a economic, physical, or social nature.
Okay.
That were not reflected in the conference.
Okay. All right. All right. Only thing I'll say is I do agree with the applicant and the fact that the CUP is not an ideal zoning tool. Over the past several years, we have tried to get away from CUPs as much as possible because they are not ideal. To Mr. Edmond, his concerns, which condition on permitting. As far as any type of conditional permitting that would take place, whether it's rural, highway commercial, general commercial, there is still a set of guidelines that they have to follow. So there's still a set of setbacks that they have to follow. There are height restrictions that they have to follow, whether it's rural or general commercial. And if they would happen to build any type of a building, a large structure, it still has to come before the planning commission as a site plan review for the public. So just allowing them to have a commercial zone as general commercial doesn't give them carte blanche to do whatever they want to do. They still have to come before the planning commission, which meets in this room once a month to approve their plan. You know, there's been a lot of talk about having somebody could build 100,000 square foot or 300,000 square foot of retail. I do agree with the applicant there. There's a 0% chance of that happening as well too. This property is designed for motorsports, and while you all were talking, I was pulling up the traffic counts. I think there's about 2,000 average daily traffic counts a day that go down Summit Point Road. And if somebody would take this property to say Rappaport or Klein or Uniwest, say I've got this really great commercial property, you want to build a mall, they're going to laugh. Okay, it's a rural area that something like that would not exist out there, would not even take any consideration it's set up for motorsports, and what you all do is nothing else. And the fact that we could zone this for a general commercial, I do believe it'll help you grow, it'll help tourists grow, and help the motorsports industry grow. I do know a lot of children that has taken the accident avoidance course out there. Their parents have praised Summit Point Motorsports for doing that and allowing their children to have an opportunity to train with professionals once they get their license. I have to admit, I have visit the Summit Point Raceway at times. I used to go out there when you had fireworks, enjoyed that. And even been out there for Hyperfest, which I know there's mixed feelings from Hyperfest with the crew. So with all that being said, I certainly do believe this property, the map should reflect the existing use of the property. And with that being said, I'd like to move a motion to allow the property to be rezoned as general commercial. As it is, do we have to add in what the planning commission?
You have to find that it's either consistent with the comprehensive plan or that things have changed.
All right.
But I would say that I do not think those two things are mutually exclusive, in the sense that if you found that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan, I believe you could also find that if to the extent it was inconsistent, if it was, that things had changed.
Okay, I'll move to approve the rezoning to general commercial. The fact that the plan, I'll just go with the planning commission recommended, what it said, that does not, there has been changes of an economic, physical, and social nature within the area involved, which were not anticipated when the comprehensive plan was adopted. And those changes have substantially altered the basic characteristics of the area.
So you're finding, just for the record, you're finding that it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, but those changes have occurred.
So that is right. I'm finding it is inconsistent, but these changes have occurred. Yes, sir.
Second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion?
Yes. And I will say, I grew up with motor racing in my family. I stood on the roof of our station wagon and watched my father race. So I have and my brother raced later on, so, and I'm told I have a heavy foot, so I probably break some speed from time to time. But I will not be voting for this. I think this is a large rezoning in a rural area, and nobody can tell me what has substantially altered the basic characteristics of the area. I know you lost a major tenant, and that was significant to the business, but it didn't change the capacity of the area for its roads and the impact on the neighbors. I have had complaints over the years about noise and dust from the racetrack. And I have generally supported the racetrack, in face of those complaints. And it's really hard sometimes to go to somebody's house, you can't hear the radio playing because of the noise. And I know there's been trees planted and berms and all that, so I'm hoping things will improve as you expand more in that sense. But it will have a huge impact on it does now, impact on the village of Summit Point. That road capacity, you may say there's 2,000 a day, but if you've been out there during a race, it's not moving very fast. It's not your fault. It's the way the road's built. You probably followed a wagon trail. There's that nice right-hand turn right at the entrance. So, I don't know if you all are gonna expand the road capacity in cooperation with the state. That's a huge one for me. You're training kids to be safe, and we need safe roads for them to be safe on them. And over 700 acres is a big rezoning. If you had put it down to, a smaller portion, I would seriously consider it. But 700 acres for a wide open category like general commercial, I know it has to go before the planning commission and the staff, but I can't support it.
Council, I just have a question. Should we reference the file number or the parcel of land in that motion and in the motion to list parcel of land or property owner? Could you?
Yeah, you want to amend my motion to add all the parcels. Okay. I'll amend my motion to add the zoning map properties designated tax district, Cable Count 6, tax map 16, parcels 11, 11.1, 11.2, 11.11, tax map 17, parcels 2, parcel 2.1, parcel 2.2, parcel 3.1, 5, and 9. The properties are part of Summit Point Motorsports Park and Summit Point Training Campus, located on Summit Point Road and Summit Point. Let me see, it's approximately 717 acres of the total being 772.45 acres. Second.
Claire, you seconded it. Yep. Your final amendment?
Yes.
Just double check. Is there any more discussion?
I would just say again, I don't think this follows the guidelines for this rezoning. The changes, the area has not been substantially altered. And that seems to be the basis for this rezoning, and I don't believe it's happened.
Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. She's been back there and herself.
You're fine.
Okay, yeah, we can do 5 members.
Yeah.
Thank you.
motion, so I don't expect you to see no action.
Everybody good? All right, I'll go ahead and call us back to order. Next tab is item number 4, the container.
Good evening, good night, something, right? It's still daylight, but all right. So I'm before you today because we were notified by the pastor from Summit Point Baptist Church that they were no longer going to be available to us as a polling precinct. Their congregation has gotten older and smaller, so they just don't have anyone to be able to let us use that facility. So we had to look. As you know, Summit Point is very rural, as the discussion prior to this. We just couldn't find a place that had adequate space for us. We have used the library meeting room before in the past. It was for a special election and it was actually too small then. So for a regular election cycle, it just would not work. During redistricting, we were contacted by Mr. Mood from the Middleway Fire Department, and he offered his facility if we needed somewhere in Middleway to be able to use as a polling place. At the time, we didn't need it because we had our precincts established there. But after being notified from Summit Point Baptist Church, we took a look back at Middleway when we could not find anything in Summit Point. And Middleway Fire Department is actually right in the middle of that precinct. So it's actually more centrally located for the voters. So we would want to move precinct 22 from Summit Point Baptist Church to South Jefferson. And there's not enough room at Jefferson to have 2 precincts. So then we would move South Jefferson to Middleway Fire Department. All voters would be notified. They would receive cards in the mail. We obviously don't want to have voter confusion. So, but there's just not a lot of places we can use. We are a very rural county, but we have a larger population. So it kind of, it's challenged, correct. So that's the proposal. Again, we would notify all of the voters of the change. And since the recent legislative change that we will not have special elections anymore, anything has to go on the regular election ballot. So changing it to Middleway Fire Department, we wouldn't have to worry about not being available on Saturday, because that was their one question that they had. We wouldn't have to worry about that. So this would be a more stable change for the precinct.
Well, I'll move that the permanent polling place location, to approve the permanent polling place location change for precinct 22, Summit Baptist Church, South Jefferson Elementary, and precinct 25, South Jefferson Elementary to Middleway Fire Department.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And were you also doing number 7?
I can wait until number 7 comes up, or I can do it now, whichever.
You're already up here.
That's fine. So I'm actually here for Lynn Fields for our probate office. She said that she provided you all a list of the estates that have met the requirements and can now be closed. But I believe you have to convene as the fiduciary.
I move we can convene as a fiduciary review board.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are fiduciary review board.
So all of the estates that are listed have met all requirements of the probate office and can now be closed.
I move that we approve the list of wills probated, executors qualified, and administrators appointed since the last regular term of the commission, which was April 22nd, and they've all been presented to us.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Need a signature from them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I kept it short and sweet. I'm done now.
Move motion, we reconvene the commission.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are back in regular session. Next tab is agenda item number 5, Ms. Laura Coons.
The reason I'm here is because I need to get approved a transfer of one employee to the open position for the auto shop helper that was approved for this fiscal year. I advertised and interviewed probably about 9 applicants, but I had one current employee who wants to move from the facility side to the auto shop. It's a lateral move, same grade level, so there wouldn't be a salary change for him. So I'm requesting approval of him at his same salary. He should still be eligible for his merit increase in October on his anniversary date. So that leaves me a spot open on the facilities side for maintenance helper. So I'm going to need to advertise and interview for that position now. So requesting approval of the transfer of Mr. Wise and then approval of filling that open position.
I'll move to approve the transfer of Charles Wise to the position of auto shop helper, a grade 4 80-hour position at his current salary with eligible for merit increase on his anniversary date. That's it. That's all that. No second.
And that's effective immediately, is that the way you want it?
Yeah, I think when I talked to him, we decided on Monday, so that should Monday.
It'd be effective Monday.
Yeah.
Just so it's in the minutes, the 25th, July 25th, 2022. There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I'll also move to approve to advertise the fill vacant maintenance helper position at grade 4 80-hour position with starting salary of $38,693.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next tab is item number 6, David Clean. Good evening.
How are you all?
Good, all right.
So I'm here tonight to make a proclamation that we declared July as National Parks and Recreation Month. It is just to acknowledge the importance of parks and recreation and the benefit that it provides to the county and the citizens. I have the declaration which I can read, or for the sake of time, don't have to read.
We want to hear you read.
You want to hear it? I can do that. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Jefferson County, West Virginia, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And as whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, activities designated to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition, services, education. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities, such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education, critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases the community's economic prosperity, they'll increase property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas Parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Jefferson County, West Virginia recognizes the benefits derived from Parks and Recreation resources, now therefore be it resolved by the Jefferson County Commission, if you so choose, that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in Jefferson County, West Virginia.
You certainly earned a motion for the approval of this proclamation.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Good job. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Next I have is item number 8, it's interviews and appointments, starting with the Board of Health. First name I have on my list is Brandon Blake.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brandon Blake, glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. So I just want to start just first a little bit about myself. A resident of Charlestown for the last 6 years. I've been operating in the healthcare space for the last 20. 7 of those, the last 7 years in executive leadership position within the Medicare home health space, the post-acute care continuum. Excuse me, I'm currently working as the Director of Operations for the Frederick Health System in Frederick County, and currently working on a universal nurse home visiting program for new moms. And that program has really kind of opened my eyes to public health and community partnerships and kind of working outside of the traditional private business space. And it's kind of just got me thinking about how I might contribute at a higher level. So I'm here, I saw this position post Monday, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna submit my interest. I'm at a point in my career where I've accomplished a lot on the private enterprise. I've worked for small business, large companies, and I really want to kind of start to give back to the community, and how can I help kind of further some of those public health initiatives here. So I'm here to submit my interest, happy to answer any questions, and appreciate the opportunity.
I'm just wondering if your job gives you the flexibility to attend meetings. I think they're afternoons.
Friday
morning.
Friday
Friday at 9.
Okay.
Yes, I did confirm that, absolutely.
All right.
Yes.
I usually ask why you want to be on the board, but you answered that today already. So I asked that, it's the same question, but you already answered. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
What value do you think you can add to the board from your experience?
Sure. So really just time in the space, you know, the health, understanding the healthcare operations, how the business works. I spent a lot of time in the highly regulated space of the Medicare and Medicaid, working with waiver programs, going through contractual requirements, getting in network with certain payers and certain programs with the state. Just the familiarity of operating in a highly regulated environment, understanding how the public health system works, the Medicare, Medicaid programs. I think that expertise would help. And I think from a professional standpoint, I think on a personal level, really just kind of really at a point where just bringing some of that, you know, expertise into help in the public sphere, you know, looking at the national landscape and the world landscape over the past couple of years, it's super highly partisan. It seems like it's hard to get anything done. And I recently read a book by Jonathan Haidt called Righteous Minds, and how politics and religions can divide good people. And it's really got me thinking a different way about kind of how do we, you know, because the reality is the truth and the solution is probably somewhere in the middle. And just kind of bringing a temperate, kind of rational voice and experience and perspective to the debate might be helpful to the board.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have anything else?
No, I think similar to Steve, I'm always interested in why you want to be on the board.
Thank you. So we can move on to the next candidate.
Sure.
I have Jennifer Sims.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Sims. A little bit mean. Lived in Jefferson County for about 12 years. I live out in Kearneysville. I work at the casino. I've been there for almost 12 years. Next month, be 12 years. I started out in housekeeping, and then I switched to food and beverage, back of house. So I manage all the dishwashers and the deep cleaners to keep everything clean and properly functioning. I'm getting really good at that. So like, I like to learn and broaden and help whoever I can help while learning at the same time. So like, I'd like to take what I've learned in EVS and housekeeping and behind the house kitchen cleaning and stuff like that to help whoever else in the process.
So your background or I would say your experiences mainly in the food service industry. And you know, it's interesting, we have candidates coming from different segments of what public health is.
I've seen like the kitchen side, but I've also done like, when I was in housekeeping, it was more like bathrooms and the casino floor, stuff like that. So I've seen both sides of it working at the casino. I just like to learn and broaden and help who I can help along the way. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to see how much more I can help people and what more I can learn and grow at the process. But hopefully it can help me with my job that I do now at the same time.
I don't have any further questions. You answered my question.
I am flexible with my job. I have staff where I can.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I should have asked you that question.
Yep.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
The last name I have is Deborah Cornwell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can now. Thank you. I'm Deborah, and I actually dialed in to find out if there was a determination on my eligibility to even apply.
It's a good question.
Yeah. Her question is, I believe she's running for delegate, and she didn't know if she could be on this board as she's running, or if she gets elected. Now, the code we looked at, when you're talking about the position, it doesn't specify, just, says about districts and things, but I don't know on her end if it would be or not.
I guess my concern is actually, I mean, we appoint the board, but it's a state agency, right? Located in Jefferson County. I guess that would be my concern, but
Right.
I don't know if that's.
On their end,
ineligible or not.
right.
So in other words, none of us know for sure.
We know on our end, it would be okay, but on her end, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the answer is we don't really know.
Right, right.
Okay. Well, I can interject a little bit. It was brought to my attention that there was a vacancy and that no one had stepped forward yet to apply and would I consider. And I carefully thought about it over the weekend and thought that I would throw my name into the ring, so to speak, and step up if there were no other qualified candidates, because that's how it was presented to me. But then it was also presented to me, well, you're probably ineligible because of your campaign, and if so, you would win, you would be in Charleston for 8 weeks in the winter for 2 years at least. So, I wanted to get clarification on that from you, and sounds like you have great candidates anyway. So if you need me to, recuse myself, I can do that, or we can, proceed with my application. I'm at your disposal.
The gentleman back here, great. Did you say that?
Yeah, did you say you knew?
So the Supreme Court and the Ethics Commission has ruled on this. She would be eligible until at the time she was elected. All right, so she would be able to serve on the Board of Health until she was elected. At that point in time, it would be a conflict of interest, as it is not just a county agency, it is also a state agency. It's a quasi-state and county agency. So she would be a short timer if she were lucky enough to be elected, but she could stay on if she sadly lost.
Okay. There you go. All right.
So it sounds like a calculated risk. I plan on winning, so. Always optimistic, right?
Yeah. Wasn't there questions from the commissioner?
I would like to say that we do have, two folks that did apply, that have great backgrounds for this board. Being from different aspects, from one food and beverage, one from the healthcare aspects of it. And I'll be honest with you, it's tough. It's, we have to, usually we don't have anybody apply, and we have to keep this
Right.
for months. And then we have one person apply, okay?
Yeah.
So you're making our job a little hard here tonight. I will say that. I would like to we take open the nominations first. I would like to nominate Ms. Jennifer Sims. Brandon, if there's another position open, please apply. You guys are both great. That's all, it makes our jobs hard, okay?
Well, I'm going to nominate Mr. Blake,
Okay.
just to make it interesting.
Yeah, there you go.
Is there any more nominations? All right, I'll go ahead and move that nominations are closed. I'll go in the order that they were nominated. All those in favor of Ms. Jennifer Sims, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay?
No.
No, I'm trying to remember how we did this. It's been a while
You
since
just
I've.
vote for the people. You have one vote.
Right, it's only one position. That's right. Yep. All those for Mr. Brandon Blake. Aye.
Aye.
So it's 3-2 for Mr. Blake. And I would reiterate what Steve said,
Yeah.
if there's another position or when an opening comes up.
Yeah, so there's another opening, please, that comes up. Jennifer, if you could please apply, we appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Only, see how hard it was? It was just a 3-2 vote. It wasn't even this. So thank you both.
Thank you for applying.
Thank you.
The next thing I have is the Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency. No, are these members reapplying or is it just this one?
It's just, it's a new applicant.
Mr. Dickerson?
Yeah.
Is he here?
He's not, he had messaged me, he's expressed interest in this board for a while, do you know Brian? He is actually on travel with this job currently in California. So I thought he had sent a message to Jess, but I know Brian. I think he'd be a great addition to the Emergency Services Agency board. Mr. Stillwell did resign from that board and didn't reapply to be reseated. So it is a citizen representative seat. And I think Mr. Derrickson would be a great addition. So I'll go ahead and nominate Mr. Derrickson for the citizen representative seat on the Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency board.
I'll second that. Or do you need a second?
I'm looking for a nomination.
Okay.
There's no other
No,
applicants.
yeah.
It's if you just want to switch it to a motion.
Okay. I move to appoint Mr. Brian Derrickson to the Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency board as a citizen representative.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next I have is the Eastern Regional Planning and Development Council, Region 9, and Elizabeth Ricketts.
She's not able to attend.
Okay.
Yes.
Is he running?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Charles. Well, yep. Oh, okay. Too many names, too many numbers.
I know you've had a eventful evening, so I just wait and if you have any questions. Right.
I think I'll ask the same thing every time, is why do you want to participate on this board?
I was appointed by your previous august body, Commissioner Tapp was included, in July of 2020, when I first got to the community. I've enjoyed my tenure on the PDC. Since then, I have been a member, volunteered to be on the assessment committee. We work with budgets and financing for the authority. I'm eager for what we're about to embark upon as an agency in September. It's the revitalization of the SEDS comprehensive economic development strategy that will help fine tune the 5-year SEDS plan for the region. Allows us an equalized voice with the other 2 counties for infrastructure needs and other items that we all bring forward, which are our priorities for growth that we will be eligible for ARC, EDA, any federal funding. It's easier to do a legislative earmark with our federal delegation in Washington when we have a completed SEDS. And that will be the 3rd SEDS that I've helped assist in for a region in my 32 years as an economic development professional. I enjoy their staff. I have camaraderie with all 3, with Rachel Snavely, David Dean, and the rest of the team there. And the other economic development directors in the region also are members of the board. So keep in mind and keep us equalized with the other 2 communities. Yes, sir.
Any more questions from the commission? Any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Dennis Jarvis to the board.
And I'm going to nominate Elizabeth Ricketts.
Okay. All right, so let's start with Mr. Jarvis. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor of Ms. Ricketts?
Aye.
So it's 4-1 for Mr. Jarvis.
Thank you.
Next I have is the Jefferson County Parks and Recreation Commission. Starting with Heather McIntyre. She hears.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Heather McIntyre, and I'm currently serving on the Jefferson County Parks and Rec, and would like to be reappointed again. I enjoy being on the board, and I'm also the executive director of the Jefferson County Chamber of Commerce. This will be my 14th year, and I would like to continue on with Parks and Rec if that's possible.
Heather, can you share with us perhaps what you feel are your talents or capabilities that you bring to the board?
Well, because I'm also with the Chamber of Commerce, I feel that the 2 entities kind of work together to help Jefferson County. So I think I bring that much at least.
Thank you.
Any questions from the commissioners? Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. Next I have is Missy Thompson.
Good evening. How are you all doing? My name is Missy Thompson. I am currently serving on the Jefferson County Parks and Rec Commission. This will be my first term. I am a 20-year resident of Jefferson County. I've served on numerous boards throughout the county, Charlestown Now, the Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority, and gone through Leadership Jefferson. So I'm very ingrained in Jefferson County. Both my children grew up through the Parks and Rec. And I feel that it's very important to provide a outside place away from TV, distractions, cell phones, all of that good stuff. And I feel like being able to make sure that our parks are well maintained and have lots of open spaces and lots of places for children to wander. That's my reason for wanting to continue on in my current role.
Any questions from the commissioners? Thank you.
Thank you.
And those were the only 2 applicants, right, Jess? Thank you.
And there's 3 openings, right?
No, there's 5 actually.
Oh, 5.
For a 3-year term.
Oh, okay. I was scrolling through this too fast.
Well, I'm going to nominate Missy Thompson and Heather McIntyre.
Are you would put that as a motion since well?
Well, you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
I move. So reappoint Missy Thompson and Heather McIntyre for another term, 3-year terms on the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next I have is the Jefferson County Solid Waste Authority. Is Mr. Mila the only applicant?
Online, and then.
Okay.
He's not, okay.
He's the only applicant. I'm going to approve.
Several other terms.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
He's served several other.
Yeah.
He's still on board.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the appointment of Peter Villa to Solid Waste Authority.
I'll second that.
So moving second, is there more discussion?
I'll just say I don't know Peter really well, but I know he's been, an advocate for the environment and a reasonable person. And, the transfer station is doing great stuff for the limitations of the site. So I'd like to see that, have to keep on that.
Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next I have is appointment to the South Jefferson Library Committee.
Edmund.
Yeah.
There you are.
How are you all?
Hi.
My name is Edmund Houston. Thank you for allowing me to come and apply for the position again as board member on the South Jefferson Public Library. The main reason that I want to stay on the board, and probably will hopefully till I die, is my father-in-law started the library, and my mother-in-law insists on it, and my wife encourages me as well. But mainly we're doing an expansion. We have JHA companies doing a site engineer plan, which is already finished. We have an architect already doing the drawing, has the drawing done for the expansion of the library. We're sharing a parking lot with the church next door and lighting it up for them, and it's going to make the area a lot nicer. It's going to be more aesthetically pleasing to the neighbors, low profile, keeping within the same building guidelines. So I'm in charge of all this, so it'd be really nice to continue on with this and keep it going straight. And I love the library.
And you had 2 letters of recommendation too. They must really like you out there.
I don't know how. I'm pretty loud and outspoken.
I'll go ahead and approve the appointment of Evan Usan to the South Jefferson Public Library Board.
And second.
So moving seconded, is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, folks.
Good luck with your expansion, because I remember when it was built, you had to be creative with your footprint there.
So not only creative, but the cost of everything. We're trying to time it on the downslope of the, before we start raising money for all that.
Right.
But thank you all for your flexibility and never share.
Thank you.
Next I have is interviewing appointments for Harper's Ferry Boulevard PSD. Is Mike Larry here? Lowry.
Mr. Lowry, you're self-muted.
Country accent came through there.
Mr. Lowry? It's unmuted, but it says he's not attentive, so.
He fell asleep. Too interesting here.
Yeah, we've been very good one here. He's the only applicant. And he's currently on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and move a motion to appoint Mike Lowry to the Harper's Ferry Boulevard Public Service District.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next I have is item number 9. That's a good one. Stand back.
Good evening.
The first item Ms. Burns has is a refund request.
Mr. Boyer had submitted a permit application for a new dwelling, and he has since, his father has passed away, and he stands to possibly inherit his home. So he'd like to withdraw that request at this time and have his impact fee and building permit fees refunded. He fully understands if he intends to move forward with building the home in the future, that he has to reapply. And I'm assuming that you received a copy of my memo to Mr. Nissel.
I'm going to approve the partial refund of the building permit fee for James for an amount of $566.15 and a full refund of the impact fee in an amount of $6,700 to revoke the closing permit file number 21-382.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the second item is a request for approval to offer employment for the building inspector position. Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning's fiscal year 2023 budget has funding for an additional building inspector position effective July 1st, 2022. The position was advertised and 3 candidates were interviewed. Since then, 1 has withdrawn. The Director of Engineering, Planning and Zoning is requesting approval to offer employment for the building inspector position, a salary of $45,000 per year. The Office of Building Permits and Inspections has 1 plan reviewer, 1 commercial building inspector, and 1 residential building inspector. The increased workload over the past 2 years creates a need for an additional building inspector. I'll point out that under West Virginia State Code, building inspectors have to pass testing requirements and become certified, and this process usually takes 2 years to get through all the training and the testing, et cetera. And that's a requirement under state code. And if you're not certified in at least 1 inspection aspect within 2 years, we're required to get rid of you. You can't do inspections. So the name of the person I want to hire is Ryan Mose. He has building inspector experience. He has residential building inspector and residential plumbing inspector certifications. He also has experience with our digital system. They're running the same thing. And we're moving towards implementing the MyGov Online Go Live module of that. And he also already has experience with that. So his start date would be August 8th. So I'm asking for approval to hire him and fill that position.
I'll move that we approve the offer of employment to fill the position of building inspector in the Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning to Ryan Mose at a salary of $45,000 a year, effective date August 8th.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. The next one I have is adoption of the 2022 Building Code Enforcement Ordinance. And this is Mike Monahan, our lead building inspector. And in your packet, I had given I gave you the letter from the state fire marshal saying that the code had been updated and that we were required to update it by August 1st, accept the updated code. And with that and another part of state code, there's an issue of who is authorized to determine if someone is agriculturally exempt from building codes. And Mike's here to answer questions on that because he has spoken with the ag department and has been active in that. Mike's also an officer in the West Virginia Code Officials Association and sits on the board.
I'm the treasurer.
So start with the code. West Virginia Legislature amended the state building code effective August 1, 2022. Therefore, the county commission needs to amend the existing building code enforcement ordinance to adopt the versions of the building codes required by the State Fire Marshal's Office under Title 87 Legislative Rules Series 4 State Building Code. The building code ordinance is in your packet and is to be effective August 1st. It adopts the current versions of the International Code Council's International Building Codes with several exceptions and amendments as outlined in the State Code Title 87 Legislative Rule. One notable change is that under Title 87, the Commissioner of Agriculture is charged with making the determination whether or not a property is used primarily for agricultural purposes for the purpose of determining if the property or structure is eligible for an agricultural exemption under the building code. If a property or structure is exempt, a permit is still required, but there will be no building plans, review, and inspections. So you still have to get a permit or an improvement location permit, which is a record that goes down to the assessor that there has been an improvement in the county and they need to go appraise it. Under state code, the building code cannot be amended from what is established by the State Fire Commission and the State Fire Marshal's Office. Therefore, a public hearing is not held on the building code as it cannot be amended from what is presented. Therefore, we're requesting adoption of the ordinance at this meeting. The fee schedules in attachment A will need to be amended to show the permit fee amount for residential and commercial solar systems and solar farm facilities once the fee amount is set by the commission. And that's the next item we're going to discuss. And then I have a motion there to adopt the building code enforcement ordinance.
As far as the zoning code enforcement ordinance, is it mandatory that we accept it, or what, can we not continue just allowing our assessor to determine agricultural exemption?
We don't, that's who we used for lack of any other way to determine it. And Mike, you can speak to that.
It's my understanding the state law, I guess it's a legislative rule 87-4 provides that in order to get the exemption from building code, it doesn't exempt from zoning or any of the other ordinances, it only exempts you from state building code. One would have to submit to the Agricultural Commission of Agriculture and provide them with the information that's in 9.2, and they would determine that. I don't know that there's any way that we can get away from that. I believe it's a requirement by the state code to do that. So I don't know that we can use that determination now.
That might be a more question for me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We can't conflict state code.
Yeah, we've looked at this issue a couple times, but that nearly revised it, right?
Correct.
So
it used to be 713 and they gave them the authority, but now they put it actually in the legislative rule that anyone who wishes to get that agricultural exemption must submit to the Commissioner of Agriculture.
So I mean, not doubting what he's saying, I would need to review the new one again myself and would be happy to do that. But, obviously if it tells us we have to do it in code or legislation,
We have to.
but.
And we don't know yet what sort of hoops the applicant has to jump through.
They spell that out, don't they, Mike, in their rules?
In 9.2, yeah, 9.2, there's a short list. I think they kept it fairly.
Okay.
It would be at the very end of the building code, 87-4. It's 9.1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, but if it's a
Let's see.
sufficient information, I mean.
Yeah,
they're not very
again, that's
specific.
correct. And that's exactly how the language is in the 87-4.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of leaves the applicant hanging out there in a time delay process.
I think what they'll have to do is call down there and ask them what they want them to submit. I would imagine they probably adopted this rule, these regulations, without really having the time to establish specifically what they were going to want to see.
And
They
I'm
never
not
do
sure
that.
They figure it out.
They never do that in Charleston, Roger, right?
And the one conversation I had with Megan, who was one of the workers there, said that they were not quite prepared for this. So they are, it's going to be new for everybody. I think they're not quite ready for it. And how they're going to do it, whether they're actually going to come up and look at it, or if they're just going to go based on what's submitted.
So I would be happy to talk to Mike again about it and review this revised rule, but, I think it's going to be have to follow.
we have to approve the building code. This is part of it now.
Yeah, because, my thought is if it's not broke, but I don't know.
I think somebody must have thought it was broke.
Well, it's my understanding and that the Commissioner of Agriculture had to step in to resolve an issue in another county. That's how this fall started.
Okay.
And that's how this became law.
Well, and there's maybe not a dividing line between strict agriculture, agritourism, value added. I mean, it's why.
On the agritourism bill is actually a separate one, so it has its own set of rules as well. So it's not tied to this, like that agritourism and this are two separate bills and they have two separate rules and regulations, so they don't necessarily work together.
The purpose of this one is related to building code. Correct.
Okay,
You
so that's what we
qualify
gotta
as
focus on
agriculturally
tonight.
exempt under building code.
Okay.
And we just created a notice that outlines everything and trying to be user friendly, that when people come in and claim they're ag exempt, we can give that to them and they can go call the commissioner and get it sorted out.
So if a farmer wanted to come in and build a new barn, and whether they're exempt from building code, they have to just call Kent and see if he's exempt.
Well, yeah, he might want a formal form filled out or something and then he respond, I don't know.
I know, 9.3
But
says.
we're gonna tell them that's who they got to talk to now. It's not the assessor down the street, it's now the ag commissioner.
Actually, 9.3 requires the Commissioner of Agriculture to provide a copy of his or her decision to the property owner or responsible party and the entity adopting the code. So we will get a copy of some of the determination from the agriculture. That's all Commissioner was supposed to.
I don't like it, but I know it's
Yeah, I don't like it.
required now.
I mean, for the record, I don't like it either, but I agree with you 100%. It just seems like more red tape to jump through when somebody's trying to put up a barn or.
But I don't think it negates the need for them to apply for the farm exemption status through the assessor's office.
Also, to do both, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Just
and then,
another.
and from a zoning standpoint, we would, Alex's zoning administrator would still look at that through the assessor's office from a zoning standpoint, as I understand it right now.
Yeah,
As we
not
understand
for farming activity, but the ag.
Right.
Well,
If you want to build a new machinery building, something like that, you have to make sure it's for agricultural equipment, I guess.
Could we just have Nathan, I mean, not tonight, but just take a look at it and
sure.
report back to us? Would that be fair enough? And I know not to put you, we don't put you on the spot tonight, give us an answer in 30 seconds, but maybe next meeting.
Was there a requirement, a date requirement on this?
August 1st, the building code goes into effect. When did this goes into effect? August 1st also. It's a separate law
Okay.
that ties to what we're doing.
So we got to do it, I guess, maybe.
I mean, I think that we have to adopt the building code.
Yes, absolutely.
It'd be better than being out of
Compliance.
And maybe if you look at it, we can amend it, if you think there's a possibility.
Sure, I mean, I can look at it, no problem, I'll look at it. Mike and I talked about this before a while back, and we could never, because the way the law was written, we could never really.
Yeah, it was one sentence at the end of 713.
Yeah, we could never really get in.
The intent's always been there. They've always said parcels of land primarily used for agricultural purposes shall be exempt from this state code. But I guess there were people who were using it to.
Where there's always somebody who's going to
Yes,
try to
and
use it.
hobby, using it for, getting out of building code
Right.
when they probably shouldn't have been. So I think this was an attempt to address that. That's my opinion. I don't know that that's a fact.
And one bad apple.
Yep.
You know,
That's
the
how
story,
it
right?
was.
So,
But I'll be happy to look at it, Mike, in the next few days.
okay. Fair enough.
But as far as adopting the building code.
Yes. Yeah, we need to do that.
Do we still have to adopt, have a motion to adopt, or since it's going to be building code, do we have to make the motion since it's going to be code in August 1st anyway? Which, how we do it?
You have to adopt this new building code ordinance resolution. So I have a motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me keep scrolling.
I don't want to adopt it, so I don't want to make the motion, but I know we have to. I'll move that we adopt the resolution of the building code enforcement ordinance as presented with the fee schedule amended to reflect the solar system permit fees established
Is that
by,
the right one? You're on the wrong one.
I'm on the wrong one?
Building code.
Correct.
Yeah, amended to reflect the solar
Oh,
system
okay.
permit fees established by the county commission. And that's at the end of Roger's
The
packet.
fee schedules in the back have a placeholder for the fees once we determine what those are. We will fill that in before it goes down to the county clerk's office to get recorded.
Well, no,
I'm just gonna make two motions then since we haven't talked about the fee yet.
yeah, I'll
We can
withdraw my
adopt-
motion and we can talk about
Yeah,
the fees.
let's talk about the fees. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
I was saying go ahead and adopt the resolution for the building code and then we can do a separate one for the fees.
I'll try this. Move to adopt the resolution and the building code enforcement ordinance as presented.
Reluctantly, I was just second.
Yeah.
I was gonna say reluctantly, I'm the second that. I would ask Nathan to look at it.
Yeah.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to get you to sign the ordinance while I'm here. Yeah, yeah. Nobody might not get near me on this one.
I can retire.
I was thinking if there's any consolation to being late in the meeting, it's everybody's worn down. Okay. We have a solar facility or farm that has submitted for approval in the planning and zoning engineering process. And we've just, I believe, had a second one come in or it's on its way in. And the issue we have is what the permit fee should be on these types of projects. And there was a pre-proposal conference held with the developer a while back. And the issue of permit fees came up, and based on our current fee schedule, calculation was done, and that fee ended up being, based on how we calculated it, over $2 million. And so we started talking about how we need to sort out what the fee should be, what would be reasonable, and the developer and the consultant just said that they wanted to talk about the fee at some point. And the developer had told Alex, she asked if they could provide some information on the fees that they have been accustomed to paying. And they said they would get her that information, but that information never came. We moved forward with our research, and I'm just going to run down through that. There's a memorandum attached to summarize our research and provides a recommendation for residential, commercial, and solar farm permit fees. But I'm going to defer to you at the end as to establishing a fee that you see fit. So we have a 519 acre solar facility that's currently in the process of getting approved and seeking planning commission approval. With solar facilities, a site plan is not required to be processed, like same as a church, a restaurant, a hospital, etc. However, a building permit is required for the solar panels and the appurtenant buildings associated with the solar facility. Since this is the first solar facility, we do not have a permit fee established specifically for this type of project in our fee schedule. We would have to apply the existing commercial fee schedule at $675 plus 25 cents a square foot of the structures and solar panels. And using this fee, the 40,000 solar panels at 200 square feet per panel, and 200 square feet is like a parking space in a parking lot, results in a permit fee of $2,675,000. So we did research on what other jurisdictions across the country are charging for solar farm facilities permit fees. And the purpose was to determine a fee that is both consistent with what we've been charging and reasonable compared to what is the solar industry norm and what other commercial projects are being charged in Jefferson County. And what we're saying there is we look at the other projects that we've had that have been large projects. What if we charge them? You don't want to be in a situation where you charge them one project a large sum for permit fees, and then you turn around and charge someone a small sum, and then that entity, the first project's mad because they think they're getting overcharged, and they don't think it's fair. And that's what we're trying to avoid here, is just be fair and consistent in the way we're administering permit fees, and that was our approach to this. So finding solar farm and facility permit fee data was not as easy as we anticipated, and Alex even worked on trying to find data. You would think it's out there, it's not. You find a lot of single residential and commercial building rooftop or ground mounted solar facilities right next to them. You can find fees on those, but finding it for solar facilities and solar farms wasn't easy. What we found is that the fees would be based on different, they would charge the fees based on different components of the facility, such as the megawatts, square footage of solar panels, acreage of the site, or the construction cost. So the following there on the second page were the permit fee amounts we determined for this project that's coming through using the fee amount data we collected from that project, which is it's 80 megawatts. It has 8 million square feet of solar panels. The acreage of the site is 519 acres, and the construction cost in the developer's information is $142,400,000. So I put a table in here that shows where I got the information from, the fee amount, the basis of the fee, and then what the fee amount for this project would be. So the fees range from $9,400, and using our current fee schedule all the way up to $2 million. I'll point out that there in the middle, you'll see Sacramento County, California is $233,000, Paulding County, Georgia is $631,000, Polk County, Georgia is $640,000, the town of Stockbridge, $712,000. And then Berkeley County told us that they would use their mechanical fee, that rate, and their current fee schedule, because they don't have a fee established either. And based on that, it would be $1,708,000. So I called over to talk to the director of their permits, engineering and permits. And he told me that they have not processed a solar farm or facility yet, but they had been in preliminary discussions with the developer on the solar facility proposing to locate on the former DuPont site along the Potomac River Bridge. But internally, they had discussed what permit fee they believed was reasonable for the project. They never arrived at a fee. That discussion eventually just stopped until they saw if the project was going to move forward. But they had arrived at a belief that that project probably ought to at least be paying $300,000, $350,000 in permit fees for the project. Then he went on to tell me that, as a comparison, that Procter & Gamble paid $990,000 in permit fees, and it was capped, or their fees would have been higher. And then I looked at what we had here in Jefferson County, and we haven't had the amount of development that Berkeley County has. Charlestown Races has done a number of projects over there. Some are small, some are large, but at least 10 years or more back, they did the big expansion, and they did 2 parking garages, and just between those 3 largest permits, they paid $225,000. The Hilltop House Hotel project is moving forward. I've seen a cost on it of $150 million from the developer. It's a hotel, conference, and event center, and we are doing the inspections on that under a contract with the State Department of Economic Development, and the fees are capped at $100,000. And then T-Mall was a $5 million project. 84,400 square feet in the industrial park, and they paid almost $20,000 in fees. So, question being, what's a reasonable fee when the magnitude of solar facility projects compared to a racetrack, casino, hotel, conference center, or an industrial factory? We would think it would need to be consistent with those and reasonable relative to those. So trying to put that in perspective, we said, well, what if the solar facility project, the magnitude of it and the impact of it, the amount of work required with it is only 20% of what these other projects are that we have experience with. So we dropped the square footage permit fee amount to 20% of what it currently is, and we calculated that the permit fee would be $400,675. Our current fee schedule is based on square footage. It used to be based on the cost or value of the improvement. We've had evidence over many years where we were able to determine that builders, developers were cheating on that number when they gave it to us to get the permit fee down, which is to be expected. And so we switched to a square footage based one where we could actually see the square footage on the plans. So that's what we want to stick to. So we arrived at, we would have a base fee plus a per square foot fee. We did it for residential rooftop, $400 plus 5 cents a square foot. Commercial building rooftop, $675 plus 5 cents a square foot. And then we said for solar farms and facilities, $675 plus 5 cents a square foot. However, there should be a minimum $10,000 fee. And that's the process we went through and the logic we used. And then I have one more bit of information that we found. Consider. There's 2 news articles on a solar developer that's in the process of doing a project in Frederick County, Virginia, the Winchester area. It's slightly smaller than the project that we currently have coming through. The 2 articles I'll point out say that when their CUP was approved, that they had agreed to make a one-time $750,000 contribution to the county within 30 days. And then there was another article, the same thing, backing it up, that they would make a one-time $750,000 payment to the county within 30 days. They were planning to build a 40 to 60 watt mega facility on 430 acres. So, at first I thought maybe $400,000 is like ridiculous and absurd. And then you see something like this and I'm kind of like, well, maybe it isn't. So I don't know where we are other than this is, it was a lot of searching just to try to find this little bit of data we found. So my recommendation's in there. And I just defer to you then to decide what you think the fee should be.
And I will say that John has gone over this with Roger and he agrees with Roger.
Yeah, Alex, John, and I went through the whole thing and information we collected, sorted out. So.
I know this, sorry.
Hi, this is John. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you, John.
Hey, hello, everybody. Yeah, Roger and Alex did go over this with me very extensively, and I support this. I think it's a good fee structure when we look at all the fee structures from the nearby counties, especially Berkeley County, as well as the ones in Virginia. So I think when compared to all the other fees, I think it's very reasonable.
Oh, well, I'm gonna say I know the staff and the whole community will be learning lots with this first facility. And I just want to make sure we cover our costs, I mean, and of course, we don't really know what that is yet, so it's gonna be a learning curve for us all, but if it goes over what, if it becomes a problem, you gotta come back to us fast. I know you can't retroactively change the fees either, so.
I just want to make a point. I mean, well,
I think with the,
go ahead, John.
I'm sorry, I think with the passage of the solar text amendment, these things are gonna come fast and furious. And so we're just trying to get a little bit ahead of all the applications that come through.
For the residential and commercial and industrial, is that for existing structures or is that fees for new structures? So a current resident wants to put solar panels on their roof.
It would apply to existing structures or new structures that are going to install that at the time they build the new house. It would apply in every case.
And then as far as the solar farms and facilities, I do want to point out, and I know that you all still have work to do, but you're talking about post and panels. These comparisons for Hilltop, Charleston Races, TEMA are buildings. And so I'm trying to understand the equation of these fees to your all's time with the permitting and all of that. I'm trying to equate it to we're putting actual building structures and that sort of thing versus posts in the ground with the solar panels.
Right, they're going to be driving piles in most likely and mounting these things. We're going to have to inspect those, and there's electrical components, and then there's usually buildings that are pertinences to it that are part of that whole control system. And these get permitted and we have to inspect those. That's more traditional to what we do.
Well, then, and it's a large area for the stormwater. I mean, 500 acres, that's a large, to make sure all that's done right. And also, just a lot of ground cover.
Yeah, there is a stormwater component to it, which if you do a normal site plan, but we never had a site plan fee to begin with, stormwater would be a part of that.
Right.
We've never charged a site plan fee. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of review and oversight on the stormwater and erosion control side. And then there's the building code side of it, reviewing what they're doing and the whole electrical connections in the buildings and so forth. So when I came up with the $400,000, it's we won't really know until we get through one. And I look at that money that they gave to Frederick County, and I'm like, what do they know that I don't know? That's kind of where I'm coming from. You can set the fee wherever you want it, but that's where I arrived using the logic I use. So.
I noticed there was a cap on the hilltop. Would a cap be appropriate to just have a top end cap on, like, I don't know, do the 5 cents per square foot for the cap? Like, I know the hilltop was 100,000. I mean, I don't know, would it take that much more to inspect a 100-acre solar farm versus a 500-acre solar farm? I don't know.
I don't know either. That's the scary part. We got this, like a better word, this beast coming, and we don't know what we've got to deal with. I know that Hilltop House, the fees were established and capped at the 100 grand by the state law that was passed for the tourism thing. It's hard for me to answer the question because we've never worked with a solar farm before. I'm not trying to dodge the question.
No, I agree. Yes.
I think we have to make sure we cover our costs. I mean, they're not going to be able to process the site adequately or as fast, perhaps, as some people want, if we don't have enough staff on the ground ready to go to work. And that takes money.
I do know when Alex and I sat in on PDC meetings, they didn't seem to balk at some of the large fees that were being thrown out there. But again, they didn't also get the information to Alex to show what other jurisdictions, and they said they had the information, but they have yet to provide it to us, and we've asked a couple of times. But they were not surprised, even when the $2 million figure was thrown about and told to them when we met with them at the PDC meeting. based on our current fee schedule, because that's the only thing we really had to compare it to, which was the base fee and the overall square footage fee.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think maybe a cap. I mean, I'm talking about a nice cap, not something that'll cover your costs, but, and then if you come back and say, hey, we need to raise this cap later, we can raise it later. I think 700.
I don't agree on caps. I mean, we have no experience on doing this. I think this is a reasonable proposal, and experience will teach us whether we need to raise it or lower it. But apparently, some of the applicants are not acting too surprised about the suggested permit fees, and so I'm gonna move that we approve the permit fees as outlined on page 3, on the last page of Roger's presentation, for the different categories: the residential rooftop or ground mounted solar, commercial, and number 2 is commercial institutional, building rooftop, ground mounted solar system. Number 3, solar farms and facilities and other structures.
I would prefer a cap to have a, if they cap the 30.
I was gonna say, I just have the question, is this is something we would be able to raise or lower depending on how it goes?
They could come back and say,
Yeah.
they fix all of it. Yeah.
Is there a second? Hearing none, the motion dies.
I would like to discuss cap, and before I don't mind making motions, somebody else wants to do it. Before I make a motion, let's discuss and have an open discussion on a reasonable cap. Whatever y'all think.
Well, I just want to go back. I understand the commercial, but like for the residential rooftop where someone's trying to switch out their existing and use solar to be more energy efficient. I mean, we don't really have comparison on that. This seems to be solar.
I pulled those numbers from numbers I was seeing
Okay.
that they had for rooftop facilities for residential, commercial. I was getting the picking up that data as I was getting the solar farm data. And that's kind of seemed to be around what they were charging for that.
And what, because we don't have a fee right now, what we have been charging is the $150 fee for an electrical upgrade is how we've been handling that. But we do not have anything specifically, a fee schedule for residential solar panels facilities. So that's the only way we've been able to process it thus far.
Yeah, from what I see driving around, you're talking about 40,000 solar panels on this solar farm. And I look at houses, and I'm counting 10, 12, 15 panels up there.
I'm just trying to figure out the economic impact of the existing structure of a resident that wants to maybe spin and, swap the habits. I'm just trying to be conscious of everything that's going on.
How many square feet would an average house have? How many panels you think?
Well, if it was a one-story house and it was 2,000 square feet, you'd have, in a sense, 2,000 square feet of roof, but you're putting it on one side half, so 1,000 square feet. So that's.
And then we have the ground mount, and some of those are up to 10 to 15.
Okay, so
panels.
$50. Is that right?
Is that what it works out, plus 400?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's less than $1,000.
Yeah, that's what I think most of them.
Yeah, I just want to be sensitive to people.
This might say it's just on one side, the south side.
Okay.
House is situated director.
Right, exactly.
More the cap is for number 3.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure we were being fair with those.
I was going to suggest either like a 75 or here we had a $100,000 cap in the Hilltop house, and that's a $150 million project.
But they're not, you're comparing apples and oranges, I believe.
Yeah, I'm kind of comparing them by
I know,
amount of the project. Yeah.
right, but I don't think they're the same.
I don't know. I would just maybe say a 75 or $100,000 cap. And then we can adjust it later. If we get in and it's 125, we can raise it to 150. I don't know. What do y'all think?
I mean, I think, right.
Well, I've given my recommendation, but it's really.
I mean, we could raise it later on, I
And
guess.
there's been absolutely no plan review fee level at the planning and zoning level. There is no fee. So everything that is being reviewed for these solar farm facilities, there has been no fee for the planning and zoning review fees. There's been nothing. There is no site plan fee. There is no review fee for what has been processing through the planning and zoning office.
Once a particular project begins and begins to process, you're going to be hard pressed to raise the fee for that project. You may be able to raise it for later projects or other phases or sections of that project. Don't you agree with that, Roger?
I think the whole thing's.
Hi, this is John. If I could make a suggestion, why don't we go back and look at this a little bit harder and come back to you in 2 weeks with some additional analysis and some additional numbers. Because I want you to feel comfortable with whatever we do. And I do want to reflect on what Commissioner Tabb said with respect, this is going to have to pay for itself. So if we get a lot of these, we've got to go out and do a lot of inspections and reviews. We want to make sure we're covering our expenses. And I'm not, I don't know how much of this is going to happen in the future. I hope a lot since you passed the solar text amendment, but we can come back and take another stab at it if you'd like us to do that.
It's fair enough, I guess. But I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I have to just digest it a little bit more.
Yeah.
I agree. We just take.
So that's the question. I'm going to record the building code ordinance because it has to be recorded before August 1st. And I'm just going to put to be determined on the solar fees. And if a developer comes in wanting to make application and pay the fee, I'm going to tell them that we will get back to them on the fee amount.
But they'll process their applications.
You can throw some numbers out there and get a flinch.
Oh, we can do that.
You can read their body language to start high and then just see where they start twitching at.
It'd be nice if you got a phone call tomorrow from them and said, hey, I saw your presentation. We don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
And then you probably made it too low.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's for. All right, we'll go back and look at it.
Thank you. Is there anything that we should specifically try to find out for you folks to?
It's for me, if we can get in the ballpark of what the cost is, like it doesn't have to be exact, but just a ballpark.
Like how many times you'll think you'll visit the property? And just take an average, whatever you think. Most of these are a couple hundred acres, and maybe the average, whatever the average acreage is. How many times you think you'll visit the site and at your actual cost maybe? Or actual, that's might be kind of hard, but.
So how long does it take to drive around 500 acres?
Yeah, depending on what kind of truck you drive.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
How many rocks are
And now you're on. Yeah.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you. You want to come? Oh, hey.
Next tab is item number 10, Mr. Steve Cox.
Mr. President, Commission, given the hour and the time that you have spent here and the amount of stuff that I see on this list after me, I'm going to reschedule my appointment with you. Okay?
Bless your heart.
Very good.
Thank you.
It's fun.
See you, Betsy.
Thanks, guys.
Next is 11, this is the show.
Quite a few things. First thing on the agenda is review of the preliminary year 22 budget to actual as of June 30th.
First page of your handout should be the expenditures by department. Keep in mind that this is preliminary numbers. I haven't recorded the majority of the accrual entries. We typically receive revenues in July and August that need to be accrued back in, and we typically see expenditures coming in July and August that also need to be accrued back in. I also need to record accrual entries for prepaid expenditures and for our, and do some health insurance payroll adjustments, things like that. Ad valorem taxes at the end of fiscal year 22 were 14.9 million. It's about 260,000 less than our original budget of 15.2 million, and that's actually kind of normal. It's still 254,000 higher than it was for fiscal year 22, fiscal year 21. Building permit fees, we have collected at the end of June, 705,000. I still have one more accrual entry for that of about 42,000 to record. So I expect it to end fiscal year 22 at 750,000. And that is about 200,000 higher than it was last year. Emergency 911 fees were at 1.981 million. I still have one more accrual entry for that. It's received on a quarterly basis, and we typically don't receive the last quarter until August. So I anticipate that I'll record another 100,000 for that. So it should end at about $2 million, which is right where we need to be for our budget. Federal grants, we typically send out our invoices for those in June. So I anticipate that we'll end the year at 260,000 for that. Last year's amount was about 3.3 million, and that's because we received CARES Act revenue last year. Those were one-time revenues. Franchise fees at 435,000. That's also quarterly revenue. We have not received the final quarter for fiscal year 22. I expect that to end at about 590,000, so it's right where it needs to be for the fiscal year. Hotel occupancy tax, that is the final number at 654,000. The revised number for our budget was 788,000, so it's just shy of the revised number. However, it is higher than our original budget of 638,000. It's much higher than it was last fiscal year. It's about $200,000 higher than last fiscal year. It's a good indication that the economy is starting to recover from the pandemic. Property transfer tax is at 1.8 million. I do expect to have at least one more accrual entry for that of about $200,000. So it should end the year at about $2 million. Our budget was only about 1.8 million. So it's done very well. And it's also an indication of the economy. The housing market has really turned around this year. Table games revenue ended the year at 647,000 compared to our budget of 598,000. Our budget for fiscal year 23 is 500,000, so I do anticipate that I will need to do a budget revision for that. However, I'll look at that probably in January. Video lottery revenue ended at about $3 million, and that's right on budget for fiscal year 22. Our budget for fiscal year 23 is 2.9 million. I'll reevaluate that in January as well. Wine and liquor tax at 305,000. Total revenues for fiscal year 22 were 27.1 million. Budgeted revenue was 27.5 million, so it came in about 391,000 less. However, with the accrual entries, I think we're right exactly where we were for the budget. It is about 7% less than it was for fiscal year 21, and that is primarily because we don't have the CARES Act revenue, federal grant revenue. Expenditures. We would expect expenditures by department to be at least 100%. We had a couple of departments, 3 departments that were over budget, and it's because I have not reported the payroll accrual entry yet. So I'll reverse part of the health insurance. So the 3 departments that look like they're over budget really aren't. And once I record health insurance that was recorded in June and I move that to July, those departments would be back under budget. No other departments caused any concern for me. Total expenditures at the end of fiscal year 22 were 24.2 million compared to our total budget of 26.5 million. So we came in about 2.3 million under budget. Total expenditures were also a little less than we were for fiscal year 21. It was about 6% less than fiscal year 21, or about 1.5 million. Transfers to other funds of 4.6 million were the transfers to the capital outlay fund during fiscal year 22. And we made $8 million in transfers to the capital outlay fund in fiscal year 21. Transfers from the assessor's valuation fund, $567,000. The assessor does pay for all of the salaries in Department 407 out of the assessor's valuation fund. And then transfers from other funds of $108,000 represent funding that we received from the COVID-19 grant and CARES Act grant. Total fund balance at the end of fiscal year 22 was $6,715,252. Fund balance as a percent of operating expenditures was 27.8%, which is about 3.3 months in reserve. Our policy does require that we maintain a minimum fund balance of 16.67%, which is about 2 months. State code requires a minimum of 10% or 1.2 months. So we are in compliance with state code and our financial policy. There were no other, I also included expenditures by object as well as expenditures by funding source, just for your information. And then the last page of your financial statement handout is expenditures by department for the call severance fund. Total revenues for fiscal year 22 were $134,000. Interest earned was $1,000. Total revenues were $135,000 compared to $72,000 the prior year. Total expenditures in the commission department were $35,000 for the EMS study paid to Fitch. County clerk had $491, which was the amounts that we paid to a teacher for the Civil Service Commission. The Development Authority had $20,000 in legal expenditures that we paid for them. $21,000 was for mental health evaluations. $20,000 in the community center was paid to Jefferson County Community Ministries. Historical Commission had $5,060 in expenditures for painting of the Peterborough Farm. $5,000 in social services was paid to CASA. And then $13,688 for senior citizens was paid to Jefferson County Coalition on Aging. The beginning fund balance for fiscal year 22 was $193,439. Net use, actually we had a surplus in fiscal year 22 of $14,000. So total fund balance at the end of fiscal year 22 for the coal severance fund was $207,878. And those amounts are, that is the amount that will carry forward into fiscal year 22. Do you have any questions about either one of the preliminary financial statements? Okay, the next two items on the agenda are state budget revisions that we're required to do. First one is for the general fund. The first portion of that budget revision is to record an adjustment to our beginning fund balance to reflect the ending fund balance for fiscal year 22. So it requires an adjustment of $1,389,273. And we typically offset that with transfers to our capital outlay fund. So we'll be increasing our transfers to the capital outlay fund by that amount. The second portion of that is to record adjustments for the revised fiscal year 23 COLA and merit increases that were approved on May the 21st to ensure that our departments have enough budget in their wages and benefits to cover those increases. The third portion of that is to record an adjustment for WB core insurance plan renewal that was approved on May the 21st to transfer $1,500 from the health insurance fund to county commissions line item to cover that increase. The fourth portion of that was to record an adjustment for a new hire that was approved on June 2nd in the tax office. One of the employees that transferred from the sheriff's department to the tax office actually was given an increase, so we need to cover that wage. The fifth portion of that is to record an adjustment for an employee conversion from a 70 to an 80-hour employee that was approved on June 2nd in the Ag Extension Office. Any questions about budget revisions, or I'm sorry, about state budget revision number 1? I will need a motion to approve that one.
I move that we approve fiscal year 2023 state budget revision number 1 for the general fund.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And then the second budget revision I have is for the coal severance fund. And the only item on this one is to
record the adjustment for fiscal year 22's ending fund balance to adjust fiscal year 23's beginning fund balance so that it reflects the $207,878. So it requires a decrease to a fund balance of $8,234 and a decrease to county commission professional services of $8,234. I need a motion to approve that.
Motion to accept the FY23 state budget revision for Cole Service Fund.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I'm just gonna pass these down and have Commissioner President sign them for me, so I have everything flagged. Okay, the next item that I have on the agenda is discussion on county participation in the emergency medical services retirement system for future E911 employees. We were notified in June that beginning on July the 1st of 2022, future employees in the 911 Communication Center are eligible to participate in the emergency medical services retirement system or EMSRS. The commission must determine if Jefferson County would like to participate in this retirement plan. And I just want to point out that this is also the retirement plan that Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency participates in. So existing E911 employees are not eligible to transfer from the Public Employees Retirement System or PERS to EMSRS. Additionally, if the county would choose to participate in this plan, the county's membership would begin on the first of the month following its approval. So if we would approve it today, it would not become effective until August the 1st. So that means that employees who are hired August the 1st or after, if we were to approve that today, would automatically be enrolled in EMSRS instead of PERS. The comparison brochure was attached for fiscal year 22, and really the only change for coverage between fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 is that the employer contribution decreased in fiscal year 23 from the amounts shown to 9.0% for PERS and 9.5% for EMSRS. The pros and cons between the two systems are that the biggest con is that employees under EMSRS would be required to contribute 8.5% of their gross income instead of 6% of their gross pay. So they would have a higher contribution. The employer contribution rates are pretty similar at 9.5% for EMSRS and 9% for PERS. So the estimated cost for approximately 5 new hires annually would be about $9,673. Participation would result in an added cost for the county that would increase over time as the number of employees enrolled increases. And based on the number of vacant positions that we currently have, the cost of fiscal year 23 would be budget neutral and would be able to be absorbed by the department. So I don't believe that any additional funding would be needed for fiscal year 23. The biggest pro would be that under EMSRS, employees are eligible to retire sooner. They're eligible to retire potentially at 20 years as long as they're age 50 and they have met the rule of 70. Whereas under PERS, they are required to have typically 30 years of service. They must be at least age 62 and have at least 10 years of service. So since the years of service is lower, the benefit amount is typically calculated at a higher rate for EMSRS. The benefit amount for employees in the EMS retirement system is 2.75% of the final average salary is calculated times the number of years service that they have versus PERS, which is 2.0% of the final average salary times their years of service. I would recommend that we elect to participate in this. If you choose to do it, there is a resolution that must be signed by the commission where it says the resolution is duly made and passed by no less than 3/5 of the governing body of the Jefferson County Commission on 21st day of July 2022. Thereupon it shall be the duty of the clerk of the secretary to notify the determination of the county commission or political subdivision, including public corporations, in passing this resolution
to the Consolidated Public Retirement Board within 10 days after the final passage of this resolution by sending to said board a certified copy of this resolution. A copy of the signed minutes wherein said resolution was approved shall be provided to the Consolidated Public Retirement Board within 60 days after final passage of this resolution. Be it resolved that Jefferson County Commission, a county commission, political subdivision, or a county 911 public safety answering point, including public corporations, does hereby elect to be a participant in the Emergency Medical Services Retirement System pursuant to Chapter 16, Article 5B, Section 31 of the West Virginia Code, and thereby will include all its emergency medical services officers and 911 personnel who are eligible for membership in the Emergency Medical Services Retirement System. The entity hereby agrees to pay pursuant to Chapter 16, Article 5B, Section 8 of the West Virginia Code, its employer contributions and withhold applicable employee contributions monthly and remit the same to the Emergency Medical Services Retirement System for all eligible employees hired on or after the first day of the month following the date of said resolution. The entity understands that according to West Virginia Code, once it elects to participate in the EMSRS, the action is final and it may not at a later date elect to terminate its participation in this plan. This would be the third retirement plan that the county would be participating in. We currently participate in 2 plans, public employee retirement system for civilian employees, and we participate in the deputy sheriff's retirement system for our civil service employees. Do you have any questions about this resolution or about the county's participation in this new retirement plan?
No. I know it has some benefits, but that's a pretty sizable contribution by the employee at 8.5%.
Yeah, that's kind of the one concern I have, where there's the.
I wish I could ask the employee what he went to, you know.
When I talked to Jeff, I believe that he had indicated that the majority of their employees would have been interested in this particular plan.
Okay, they don't have, current employees do not have the option now.
They
It's
do not
only
have the
new
option.
employees.
Only
And
new
then,
employees.
and then it has to be all the new employees.
All
They
new.
can't choose PERS or EMS.
Correct.
But, you know, they can retire sooner.
They can retire sooner and they have a higher benefit amount. And this plan is very similar to deputy sheriff's retirement system.
Right.
And of course, when we were given the opportunity, when those employees were given the opportunity to participate in that plan, they also chose that over the public employees
Right.
retirement system because they can retire sooner.
Right.
And that was more beneficial to them than the higher cost.
Yeah, it probably is long-term, yeah.
And so if, this is only for new hires, not for,
This is only for new hires. It doesn't impact or impact current employees.
and they can't switch over.
They cannot switch over.
And this is only for E911.
E911 only.
If we switch, they won't have, like, somebody was hired last year, and then we hired somebody new, and they're on this new plan, they can essentially retire sooner than somebody was hired a year ago.
If they were the same age when they started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if it sounds like that's what they want, I think that's what we should do, right? So I'll move the motion to approve the resolution to become a participating employer of West Virginia Emergency Medical Services Retirement System, EMSRS, pursuant to Chapter 16, Article 5Z, Section 31 of West Virginia State Code.
Is there a second?
I'm gonna second. I'm still ambivalent. but-
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just, I mean, this is effective for new hires. We don't know what new hires want.
I know.
So,
And you can't poll each one. They don't have a choice.
and
It's either
the
all-
existing one, yeah, can't roll over. So
Existing ones have all said that they would have,
prefer
if
this.
they would have preferred this. And like I said, when we were given the opportunity for the deputy sheriff's retirement system, because at one point they were on PERS, for them to move, they all
Yeah.
chose to move.
Be nice, it'd be nice to have both of them, they could choose which one they want.
No, they can't choose either one.
It'd be nice. I said it would be nice. if
It
you
would be
could.
nice, yes.
Yeah. Because you're right. So they could all have different opinions. But I think most of them would prefer to retire early. I would think.
It's kind of the norm for public safety for them to
Yeah,
have a
it
20-year
is.
retirement system.
Yeah, I agree.
And ESA has this also.
ESA has this also, and it's very similar to the deputy sheriff's retirement system.
Well, and you're working 24-hour shifts. So
It's a very high stress job.
Some of them.
Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
No.
And then I have, the next few items on my list are, let's see, review and approval of ambulance equipment and supplies purchases. There are 2 items in your packet, and I have one to hand out tonight. Okay, so the first one in your packet is review and approval of the purchase of a type 1 4-wheel drive ambulance, 2019 Ford F-150, VIN number ending in 2645 and requisition number 23006, related equipment and supplies for the Blue Ridge Volunteer Fire Department in the amount of $290,000. Funding is recommended to be provided from the ARPA grant fund, as this is public safety equipment and is an eligible ARPA grant expense. I have included for you the ECI Solutions valuation summary. The ambulance was valued at $155,000. The power load system, stretcher, monitor, Lucas stair chair, supplies and equipment actually came in at $247,000 in the negotiation process. We agreed to pay $267,136 for all of that. The total for supply room inventory was $22,864. The grand total for the offer was $290,000. Any questions about that requisition?
I move to approve the requisition 23006 for the purchase of ambulance equipment and supplies in the amount of $290,000 funded by the ARPA grant funds.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Second item is requisition number 23007. Review and approval of the purchase of 2 type 1 4-wheel drive ambulances, a 2021 Ford F-150, VIN number ending in 2305, and a 2013 Ram 4500 chassis with VIN number 2677. This is requisition number 23007. It includes related equipment and supplies from Independent Volunteer Fire Company in the amount of $569,104, and funding is recommended to be provided from the ARPA grant fund, as this is public safety and is eligible for ARPA grant expenditures. Also included for you the DCI Solutions valuation summary information. So the 2021 Ford F-150 was originally valued at $259,000. However, during the negotiation process, we found that this vehicle is only 6 months old. So we elected to pay full price for the ambulance and power load system. We elected to increase the value for the stretcher, monitor, Lucas, stair chairs, and the stretcher and the monitor, because I think it's just the stretcher, because that was also only 6 months old. So the total original value was $351,000. We increased it by $27,000 to $379,102. And then for the 2013 Ram, we increased the value by $6,000 from $167,508 to $173,763. Total value of the supply room inventory was $16,239. Total for the purchase order is $569,104. Any questions about that?
I'll move to approve the requisition for 23007 for the purchase of an ambulance equipment supplies in the amount of $569,104 funded by the ARPA grant funds.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And then the sheet that I handed out to you tonight is requisition number 23008. It's actually made out to Atlantic Emergency Solutions Incorporated. We will have 2 additional ambulance purchases from citizens, I believe, at a later date. We haven't spoken to them on the negotiation process. What you have here tonight is from citizens, but it is a ambulance that they have on order. So this is a brand new ambulance that is on order, and we'd like to transfer the contract from Atlantic Emergency Solutions to Jefferson County Commission. The total amount of this ambulance that was, the specs for this ambulance were actually reviewed by Bob Berner, the director of ESA, to make sure that he was satisfied with the equipment and the specs that were included in the actual purchase. So this is for a 2022 Ford F550 XLT 4x4 and a stretcher. So the total cost is $309,979 to be funded by the ARPA grant fund. And the motion would be similar to the motions that I mentioned earlier. And those are the amounts that you, do I have any questions about this particular item?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the requisition number 23008 in the amount of $309,979 to be funded by the grant funds.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And then the last item that I have is review and approval of the ambulance lease agreement. I believe that Nathan has that information and we may want to include that in our discussions for number 13. So I would defer that to Nathan.
Well, if I could interrupt for a second, we just spent a lot of money. Michelle, can you give us a summary, not tonight, but our next meeting of how many ambulances we purchased, total price, and what our balance is and our funds that we haven't spent? So get a better idea of some of the details as we move forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a draft lease agreement, however, because it is in draft form, I need to seek some advice from the commissioner to provide some legal advice to the commission and the document before we actually finalize it and release it. So I would recommend that we hold that document until, or anything else, until the commission decides to go into executive session on any consideration.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. Did you all have anything on old business which will move to new business?
This is John. And Nathan, you may want to make a recommendation, take this into closed session as well. We did want to have a discussion about to discuss the department versus the ambulance authority versus the ESA. I think, Nathan, would you advise taking that into closed session as well?
Only to the extent that I have some legal advice to provide to the commission on that issue, and beyond that, no.
Then I recommend under old business, we perhaps just do a brief to the commissioners about our findings thus far on forming a department and where we are in that process. And Nathan, can you explain that?
Yeah, well, that's what I think my legal advice is about. So,
Oh, okay. So that would go in the closed. Okay. Executive session. Good. Thank you.
You want to take anything to do business before we go into executive session?
Yeah. With your Safer Roads grant?
Yes, you'll hit 16.
Yeah.
Okay, it was brought to my attention that we as commission can ask them to for a safer roads grant through the Department of Highways. This impact study would study basically the Rose Hill Drive Route 51 intersection where the new charter school plans to operate at. It's a very dangerous hill, and basically this is just asking for a grant to have a traffic impact study. So it's kind of short and sweet. I'll go ahead and move the motion to apply for the Safer Roads grant to have to ask for funds to cover the traffic impact study for the intersection of Rose Hill Drive and Route 51.
Is there a second?
And see, with the grant, we wouldn't like be committing any funds.
No, we're not committing. We're just asking for the grant to pay for the study. So we're not allocating funds. We're just asking for the grant to.
It doesn't require matching funds. So I guess that's the question.
Yes. No commitment from the commission on the study. And I guess I want to know, I guess I would wonder, we've had lots of complaints on Flowing Springs Road and Mount Laurel Boulevard there behind Martin's entering into the bypass. I think that warrants just as much of an impact study on that traffic pattern as any other. So I don't think we can cherry pick on impact studies. I think we gotta, would this be better served after we do our summit in November to consider the road summit that we were planning to?
I mean, it could. I was asked about this intersection by somebody who's involved in the charter school. They asked how they could address it. And I suggested this, and I found that there was a grant that we could fund it. We could certainly, the intersection that you mentioned, we could certainly have do an impact study on that. We just have to address it on the next agenda item.
Well, why don't we all have spots in our districts that need some attention. So, we could, each of us bring back what we want and roll it all into one, or we can wait until the road summit.
Yeah, I think I agree with Jane, just because I very much value the charter school area and the students there, but I do think there's a lot and we need to make sure we're.
Okay, well, I would withdraw my motion to after the road summit. I would withdraw my motion and my agenda item to after the road summit, which is going to be in November, right?
I think we targeted early November.
All right, that's fair enough. Easy enough.
And does anyone have anything on the discussion of permitting and approvals by the West Virginia Fire Marshal?
I do, but I have some legal advice I need to give you regarding that issue. And then, there may be some public.
What items do you need to talk about?
There's 14 executive session.
Yeah, 14 is another contractual issue.
Okay, so you're under 11. The last item in 11, are there any items in 12 that we need to go to executive session for?
I don't really think so. Well, actually, yes, there is. Number 12, 12C is an active case, and I need to provide you with a status update and some legal advice. I would say in 12A, down toward the bottom of that list, the Jefferson County Circuit Court Civil Action Number 2022 C81. I would report to the commission on that issue and say that As the commission knows, there was recently a solar text amendment that was passed by the county commission. And there was a lawsuit that was filed concerning that issue and concerning the contents of the amendment and a variety of things like that. Due to the lateness of the hour, I won't bore the commission with all the details. We filed a motion to dismiss that lawsuit, and the court granted our motion to dismiss. So that lawsuit is finished. And just report back to the commission, it is always possible that the plaintiffs in that lawsuit could try some sort of an appeal or some kind of writ or a motion to, it's called a motion to alter or amend the judgment, but really it's a motion to reconsider. They have some things they could file before the court if they chose to do that. But so far, they haven't really indicated that that's what they want to do. So with that said, it looks as though the solar text amendment should be good to go. And I believe there's an application being heard at the Board of Zoning Appeals, an application for a CP at the next meeting.
All right. All right, well, I'll move that we go into executive session now to receive legal advice from our attorney, Nathan Cochran, on items as follows. 11, under 11, bullet point review and approval of ambulance lease agreement. Item number 12C, item number 13, and item number 14.
That's correct.
All right.
I would just add, some of them are contracts, not just legal advice.
Yeah, we're receiving status, legal advice, and contract review. They cover everything, Nathan?
I believe that's correct.
All right.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? We are in executive session.
Nathan, this is not. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you.
Chelsea, can you hear me?
Thank you. I move we come out of executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're back in regular session.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we hire Greg Kennedy to assist, Attorney Greg Kennedy to assist with case number CC-19-2022-C-48. No, I'm on the wrong one.
Right.
Yeah, wrong case. Scratch it. Case number EREP 49-21, sorry.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, also authorize our county administrator and staff to attend and participate in the next fire commission meeting.
Is there a second?
I second that. I think first they have to request to be on the agenda.
And request, yes. And that's why I say and participate. Yes. Mhm. That's it.
Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there anything else coming for the commission this evening? Hearing none, if there's no objection, we are adjourned.
I don't know if I'll be back.